Good morning. It's December 3rd. We apparently, the schedule says we're supposed to start at 9, but some of us got a scheduler that started us at 9:30. So now that it's 9:25, we're starting early. So I'll call it to order. Is there any declaration of interest? And seeing none, motion to move council into committee of the whole.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kepke, that City Council now move into Committee of the Whole to consider the draft 2021 operating budget.
And all in favor? That's carried. Thanks. So I think we're handing it over to you.
Thank you, Your Worship. Welcome to our second budget session and to everyone at Council. We'll start today at 9:30. Just walk through sort of a introduction. I have a bit of a tax policy primer, which is exciting because normally we don't talk about that until April. So it'll just sort of set the stage for that. And sometimes hearing it more often helps it set in a bit more as well. Our police service board will be presenting their budget, or the chief will be on their behalf. Just after that, then we'll break for lunch and get into the actual operating budget slides. I want to recognize that, as we all know, there have been some ongoing IT issues and sort of intensifying issues. So we are aware that we're sort of hanging on by a thread. Our AV project is set to be hopefully complete by the end of 2020. So we are just trying to make it through. So IT is on hand. If you have any issues, they can be here in a jiffy. Just let us know and we can call them. I also want to recognize that originally our scheduling was for 2 days. We're hoping that we can get through everything today. As we go through, there have been a few items that have come up either by question last night, or there's a motion that I think we need to address and things like that. So I've tried to incorporate those into the presentation. But if you do have any questions as we go through, please stop me where we are and we can really talk about anything at any time.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for just 1 second? Apparently the media can't hear over in their room, and of course it's important that they be able to hear. Thank you.
So everyone has received their budget book. This is sort of the background document, the foundation of the information that we will be presenting today. I don't intend to walk through this book page by page. However, if you do want to refer to something that's in the book, if you could please just tell us which page it's on, we will have access to this as well as the presentation, as well as the council agenda. So whichever item you're referring to, just let us know and we get it in there. Ultimately, this book and the capital budget book that was provided earlier in November will be combined into one document. And this is the document that will be posted to our website, available to the public. It's an excellent reference and communication tool. And again, I'd just like to recognize all the staff that went into developing the book, but also even in the budget development, budgeting the business cases and other variances. Police Services also had an active participation in creating this budget, and they've contributed many slides to our presentation today. Quick reminder of where we are in 2020, just going into this budget. We're currently forecasting a deficit of $330,000. We do have an outstanding safe restart, that should say safe, funding application for $220,000. I have heard recently from the minister that they are expecting to let us know whether or not those will be approved and the exact amount before the end of this year. Any remaining deficit will be and can be managed from the reserves that we have on hand. I also wanted to address COVID and how that impacts, since it is sort of the main reason for our deficit in 2020. How does COVID impact the budget that has been presented to you today? The current budget has not been adjusted for COVID-related impacts. Most significantly, lost revenues that may result at our recreation facilities are not incorporated into this budget, and staff will utilize management practices, including vacancy management and reduced levels of service, but more likely dipping into reserves to react to the prolonged financial impacts of COVID. Had we incorporated a modest increase for COVID impacts into our levy, it would be as high as 6.25%. So we felt that it was more important to ensure that we have that stable tax increase for the sake of the taxpayer, and we may have some tough decisions to make throughout the year. That being said, this is not a risk-free approach. So if COVID persists, if we see some more significant impacts, like I said, we may have some decisions to make throughout the year. I think this is somewhat consistent to what this quote says from the Minister of Finance for Ontario. As we head into 2021, municipalities have a solid understanding of what they need to do to develop their budgets that reflect the reality of managing the impacts of COVID. That can mean exploring ways to find savings and efficiencies, for example, by looking for opportunities to share services with neighboring communities, delaying non-priority spending, and looking to our reserves. The other thing that's not here explicitly, but what this says to me, is that they do not intend to create another COVID grant relief program. So certainly it makes sense for our purposes to continue tracking expenses for COVID for the sake of understanding what that true cost is. But I no longer think that there will be a grant or funding program that we can apply for if we accumulate those costs. So how did we get to where we are today? Similar to capital, we really did start this process with the call to budget survey in the spring. And at that time, the majority of council supported an operating increase that is in line with CPI, and then the dedicated 1% to capital on top of that. Looking at our Ontario Cpi Index at the end of October, which is the most recent index available, it is currently 1.1 for all items, excluding energy. Our operating budget, including service level changes, but before police and capital, is sitting at 1.23 over the prior year. So we're a little higher than that 1.1 index, but in that range, and I feel that we've met that. To build the 2019 or 2020 budget, what we really do is we start with 2019, and all of that budget gets carried forward. Then we factor in our sort of what we refer to as base budget increases, but these are the things that can't necessarily be avoided. So negotiated wage increases, agreed on contract increases, often in line with CPI, and then those sort of known CPI increases to things like utility costs, materials, and supplies. After that, we adjust for any decisions that were made during 2020 that would have a future budget impact. So often, and it will happen every year, as we go through the year, there are decisions that are made mid-year that would be unbudgeted in that year, but we do have to capture them in future years' budgets. And so that's what those prior year decisions represent. We improve the accuracy by making corrections. We do this every year. It doesn't address a change in the way we provide service. It doesn't address a change in a user fee. What it does do is just look at what our actual volumes are more likely and make sure the budget is as accurate as possible. Finally, we allow the impact for growth. We adjust our OMPF, which is our main operating grant from the province. And that gives us what our total operating increase is. Currently, that increase is 1.23% over the prior year. Once we've done that, we bring in the library board budget, our share of it, the police board budgets. We adjust the reserves to meet capital needs, and we consider the total capital levy. And finally, we will be discussing proposed service level changes. So this is where we come to you with some actual changes to the way we provide services or staffing, and those would be on top of the sort of general base increases. And that's where we get to our total municipal levy increase, which is currently 2.676%. Before we get right into the budget, that tax increase, the municipal levy increase, then translate to a total tax rate increase. And it's important when we look at that we take all of the variables that impact that tax rate into consideration. The biggest one being changes in assessment. So anytime you have more people or fewer people sharing the burden of the total tax levy, that is going to have an impact on your assessment, on your tax rate. Also, since the tax rate is calculated by taking our total levy and dividing it over the value of the properties in the city, changes in value of assessment will also impact the tax rate. It also is something to keep in mind when you're comparing tax rates between municipalities. Two municipalities could have exactly the same level of service, raise exactly the same budget, but if this municipality's homes are worth twice as much as this municipality's tax rate is going to be half as high as this municipality's, even though they're raising and spending the same amount of money. So comparing tax rates does not tell the whole story. Also, what will influence the tax rate will be our tax policy decisions. These are decisions that we make in the spring every year, but I'll talk about a couple just to have some ideas in your head of what's coming. And also the county and education levies make up our total tax rate. And so 1 out of 4 variables is our municipal levy. That is the one item that we control. The other items are things that are often externally imposed on us. Yes, sorry.
Thanks, Kate. Is our assessment up to date, or how up to date is it? Because that come up at the county as well.
Like, are there properties waiting to come on the roll? My understanding is that it is up to date. We don't have any large major developments in Owen Sound that we are anticipating or that seem like they're lagging behind. What I'm a little bit more concerned about when it comes to how up to date our roll is where we stand with outstanding Arb appeals. So there's several, and we do have a report coming to council on that, but there'll be several large commercial industrial properties that have outstanding appeals that go back several years. And ultimately, those will result in decreased assessment rather than increased assessment, and having an understanding of what that risk is important when we set our tax rates. So
What year is our rate of assessment?
sorry,
What year is our valuation?
we're currently operating on our 2016 valuation year. So a little tax policy primer. When we talk about tax rate, we need to have a basic understanding of the impact of assessment. So one thing that's very unique to 2021, and it is, I believe, triggered in result to COVID, MPAC and the province have said we are not going to be undertaking a reassessment cycle that in 2020 that will go into effect in 2021. So we were expecting to see our tax roll be reassessed and incorporate all those market value changes that happened over the last 4 years. And I expect that there will be some significant ones. That has now been delayed and will come into effect in 2022. So essentially in 2021, the only change in the tax roll that relates to value will be changes as a result of real growth. And that reflects new properties that have been added to the roll, major renovations, major additions, but it will also capture negative growth, and that would be those Arb decisions that we see coming through from those hearings. So ultimately, when you have obviously new growth, it reduces the tax levy on every existing taxpayer because you have more people to foot the bill. When you have changes in growth that result in valuation, just simply a reassessment of the entire community, it doesn't change the number of people paying, but it does change who pays what, because all of those values are changing at different rates from everybody else. So what matters then is how does the change in value of the property, of your property, change in relation to the municipality as a whole. And that's when we see what we refer to as tax shift. The other thing that we need to take into consideration is changing our ratios, and that allows us as a municipality to have some control over that change in burden. So sometimes when we do have years where there is significant tax shift as a result of valuation changes, we can adjust our ratios to sort of correct for that a little bit and bring it back so that people are paying similar taxes to the year before. There are other reasons why we change our ratios, and they're all valid. We are working to reduce our ratios on the commercial and industrial tax classes. That reduces our exposure to risk. It theoretically could make us more competitive, but anytime you reduce the burden of tax on one group, it shifts to another. So often that other group that it's going to shift to is our residential taxpayer.
Sorry, Kate, and I guess this will be the question. We got that notification from the provincial government that they're going to be looking at that small business credit or whatever it's going to be. And that'll be, obviously, is that coming to our next corporate services meeting when we do the tax ratios? Not the next one, but when we do tax ratios, is that where we're going to be incorporating that? Or is that going to be a council decision first, whether we're going to incorporate the small business? You know what I'm talking about.
I do have a slide about that. But ultimately, yes, that'll be a decision we look at in 2021. So to build your tax rate, what we ultimately do is we have our returned roll. That's the roll we get from MPAC at the beginning of the year, and it says, here's the value of all of the properties in Owen Sound. That is the roll that we base our 2020 or 2021 tax rate on. In this case, the example I'm using is for 2020. So the roll we get in January, that's the roll we use to determine what our tax rate is. Currently, we are waiting for what's referred to as a revised roll. That's our 2020 tax roll, but it takes into account all of the. If we apply our 2020 tax rates to that, we're going to calculate what our revenue limit is. That number is the amount of revenue that we would earn on that new higher assessment. That's called our revenue limit, and the difference between that higher amount of revenue, hopefully, and what our original tax levy was, that's the growth impact. And we can take that number, and I say it's $300,000. We could raise our levy by $300,000 in 2021, and it, in theory, would have no impact on the existing taxpayer. We're still waiting for that number, and it is normal. But we are hoping to have what that actual number is by tomorrow. So the next thing we get is our returned roll for the next year. And when we apply that revenue limit to our returned roll, that's where we get our notional tax rates from. So even before we've applied the municipal levy, tax rates change. It's not the only thing that comes in there. And then finally, changing the weighted value of assessment. And the final step is to add our municipal levy in order to calculate what the tax rate is for next year. So as Travis alluded, there were some other provincial budget items that may impact what the taxes that people pay next year. This bill, I believe, is still in the reading stage. It has not been made legislation. So some of these are speculative, and a future report is planning to come to corporate services once we have some of these things nailed down. That being said, one of the items that I'm quite confident will be passed is the reduction in the business education rate. The bill proposes a uniform level of the business education tax rate at 0.88%. Currently, businesses pay 1.25%. So that's a 30% reduction in the education levy on all of our commercial and industrial tax bills, which is great news. So with the increase that I'm proposing today, does not take that into account because I generally talk about the residential tax rate, but for those properties and the education rate is not a huge portion of your tax bill, but that certainly will make a difference to those properties. Ultimately, province-wide, it is a reduction of $450 million. There is a commitment to leave residential and farm taxes constant, so it's not like we're reducing one in favor of increasing another. This is sort of revenue that is being foregone for the sake of reducing that rate. The one impact that will impact our budget is we are allowed to retain the education component of property in lieu payments. So that's taxes paid on government properties. Currently, we earn $85,000 that reflects that amount. If those PILs change to reflect this reduction, we could see a 30% reduction in that revenue, which would be a loss of $25,000. Ultimately, that will increase our tax levy. So while it's going down for everyone on their actual tax bill and the education levies, it would result in a slight increase in the municipal levy if that is the case.
just quickly, when we're speaking about that, I might just mention the 30% reduction in the education component and how hard it is to, it sounds really good, but in practical terms, it's a little bit more challenging when you're talking about a lot of leases are locked into a lease and just ensuring that it's not just the property owner that's just going to consume this, and that we're actually able to trickle these business credits back down to the business ownership. Because when you're talking about leases, there's a lot of instances where that'll just get consumed by the landlord.
The next item that they discuss in that budget is the vacant unit rebate and vacant and excess land tax class. In prior years, we haven't proposed any changes to the tax class, so I'll just focus on the unit rebates for now. The proposal allows us to make changes by our own bylaw, so there's no more application to the province required, which is great. It sort of eliminates all of those things that you had to complete in the checklist. Now we can satisfy ourselves that we've done our due diligence, that this is the right decision, and make that decision ourselves. It allows us to make changes at our own pace without involving the county either. So the province wants to see us be consistent with the upper tier as far as the application of this program. And it is something that I know is on the work plan for them to look at the county level, but we don't need to do it with the county. We can make this decision on our own. Certainly, this is something that we are planning to look at anyways. It might make that faster if and when we do make a decision. It'll make the implementation of that decision a little bit faster. All that being said, we're committed to providing these rebates related to the 2020 tax year. They get paid out in 2021. When these rebates would otherwise come into effect would be in 2022, and it's based on our 2021 tax year. So our current budget does still incorporate an estimate of what this rebate expense will be. The budget has 100,000 in it. I still think the estimate would be closer to 120. And the fact is we don't know because these applications aren't due until January and February. So this, I think, will be impacted in theory a little bit by COVID, anyone that had to have a vacant property throughout the pandemic. So we might see a slight increase because of that. And then ultimately, if we were to eliminate that rebate, those dollars could go back into the budget. And sorry that this gets really small, but it's probably the most notable change in our provincial budget. It proposes a lower tax rate or at least a separate tax class for small business. So the next question is, well, what is a small business? And there is no response. There's no answer to that. Small business is not defined by the province, and it can be defined by the local municipality. That being said, this is going to be very tricky. There is some concern that we're going to want to apply this as a response to COVID, when in fact it really will have more long-term implications. And so we're cautioned to take our time. Ultimately, this will likely be similar to the vacant unit rebate. We'll define a tax class and offer the relief or incentive, as we're sort of pushing in that direction, on a rebate basis. So you would apply in 2021, I'm this type of business, and get your money in 2022.
Okay, just before we move on there, is this something we should be going to AMO for some guidance on something across the province that we would all be trying to work on that definition together?
Absolutely, and I suspect it will come up as once this gets passed, there's going to be a lot of questions. So even at the treasurer level, we have a ton of questions about this and not a lot of answers yet. So I'm expecting a lot more to come through this. So this is very preliminary. Our recommended approach will be to start by canvassing council, and in a broad sense, have an understanding, if this is something that you're interested in, who do you see being in or out of the program? So who is small business in our community, and how will we make determinations who's in the thing? And some ideas I've put here in little tiny writing, you could base it on the number of employees, the ownership, i.e. is it an owner-occupied business, physical size, the valuation, so the actual CVA, property codes, I don't know what these are. I think a couple might be C2, C7. Franchises versus chains. You could include certain industries. So maybe you want to support the beer and wine industry on its own or something like that. Business types. So is it a sales sort of goods and services sales types business, or is it more of a professional service business? Maybe you don't want to include one of those. You could potentially include property management companies. And if you did this, you could still be including those businesses that used to benefit from the vacant unit rebate if they were in fact a property management company. And then finally, and this one is compelling, I think, is you could base it on the actual location. And when you talk about something like location, it sort of changes the way you could look at this program. Rather than look at it as a relief program to small business, look at it as an incentive program. So you could have some sort of incentive to, is there a certain area within the municipality where you would like to incentivize people to open their businesses? And then go even further if you wanted to have a bit more, some more recommendations as to the type or the size or something along those lines.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
What you save, so to speak, or what you lose if you include a lot under this subclass, just for clarity, you'll have to get from somebody else, correct?
That is correct.
Okay.
Anytime someone's not paying taxes that they used to pay, it is paid by all the other remaining tax base.
You know, at this stage, will we have the option of just saying, we'll create the class, but we're not going to qualify anybody to fit in it?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
There will be the option to not
And then
do
a
so.
last question, Kate, is, I don't know the answer to this. Is there a working group among county corporate, like your peers? And because to echo his worship's comments, perhaps an all-Ontario approach might be a little ambitious, but surely it would be unfortunate if Dundalk and Meaford were different in their definitions than us. I mean, why reinvent the wheel? I'm just saying politically, I think that would be very difficult.
Certainly,
But that's why we're paid the big bucks.
we do have a working group. We do have a treasurer's group that meet at the county level. And in some of these cases, you could have a consistent approach. In other cases, if you were to incorporate location, obviously, you can't have the same location in all those municipalities. So it really depends on what you define as a small business. Ultimately, council will come up with that sort of idea of what that classification looks like. And then what we'll do is we'll take that idea and layer it over our actual assessment base so that we can provide a preliminary sketch of what this would look like. Obviously, the cost or the amount of tax that was otherwise shifted is a relevant discussion. And I do think that that number that we just discussed, that vacant unit rebate number, might be a ballpark sort of envelope that you may want to work with if and when you do decide to move forward. And then as a last step, we would develop the policies. Given that we would want to take our time with this and not knowing exactly, like you've alluded to, what other municipalities are doing, or if there is sort of going to be some training and work through this together, the earliest I can see the actual relief coming into effect would be for the 2022 tax year, whether or not it's based on 2021 taxes or if it's truly just a reduction in the 2022 taxes has yet to be decided. So that's all for tax policy. We will look at all of this again throughout the early part of 2021, and our true ratio meeting and that discussion will happen likely in April ahead of issuing our tax bills. So where are we starting today? We have a total municipal levy increase coming into this budget of 2.76%. Our total operating budget before revenues is $47 million. Adding the $13 million of capital brings our total annual operating and capital cost to $60 million. After factoring in other sources of revenue, our actual total budget is $31,650,000, and this represents an increase of $850,000 over 2020. When we translate that into percentage increases, our operating increase before changes in service levels and the changes in staffing is 0.7%. Once we factor in those proposed changes in capital, including the reserve transfers, it's 2.77. We then add the police board's budget at 2.73%, and that brings our total levy increase down slightly to 2.76. As we walk through in this document, you'll see this sort of table several times today. What this is doing is it's taking that total 2021 levy at the top and breaking down the $850,000 change by the different components that make it up. So that first column of impact would be of that total 2.76, how many basis points do each of those changes contribute towards it? So for example, capital levy is currently sitting at a dedicated levy of 1.27. And then each of those segments of the 2.76, 0.67 represents police services. Along the further right-hand column is actually the percentage change over the prior year. So taking in mind all of the things I had just said about tax policy and the things that influence what our total tax rate increase is, we still aim to estimate that for you at this time. And if our total municipal levy is 2.76, we're estimating a tax rate increase of 1.9%. Keep in mind, this does not take into account any tax policy changing ratios. It does, however, utilize an estimate for the county levy, and it estimates a change in assessment. However, it is based on the prior year, so that number could also fluctuate significantly. What would this mean to the average 2020 taxpayer? This is an estimate again. If with a total levy increase of 2.76%, once we factor in that growth figure, so once we factor in the new additions to the roll and possibly the deletions, we're estimating that the increase on the actual city taxpayers of our municipal levy is reduced to 2.05%. Then we bring in the county at 2.13 and education, a 0% increase, to bring our total tax bill increase to 1.9%. The average assessed value of a home in 2020 in Owen Sound, based on that 2016 valuation date, was $220,000. An increase of 1.9% will mean an increase of $72.43 a year, or $6 a month. The estimated total tax bill for 2021 in the case of a home valued at $220,000 is $3,890. Now I'll just take 5 or 10 minutes or answer any questions, certainly.
You've got the county down at 2.13. We were told by Kevin at our last council meeting it would be 2.18. Does that change much?
Nominally, no, not significantly. Keep going? Okay.
I could right now just cover something that's, I don't think in the budget document, but just for
Absolutely.
council's information. The conservation authorities and the water rates, was that anywhere in there? I didn't see it, but just for council's information, and next year, it works in modified current value assessment, which the increase in 20 over 19 was $640 million. Blue Mountains is almost $300 million of that. So they assume more weighting when it comes to the budget vote. And the budget implications, theirs has went up. Owen Sound has went down a little bit. So the actual levy increase at the Conservation Authority, subject to budget approvals, 911 individual dollars for the Owen Sound next year in the water rates. So pretty small increase.
Kate, sorry, Scott, that was fascinating. Thank you. Kate, I may have missed it because I was doing some calculations here. My favorite number always, as you know, is the average tax that each average house in town pays. I think okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I'll also just explain, I handed out a couple things at the beginning of today. I should have addressed this earlier. One of them is the segmented budget sort of total breakdown. That's just a document that I really like because it makes it easy to sort of look at wages, what we spend on wages, what sort of burden does each division make up of the total budget, and it's a nice way to be able to segment out those different things. Purely for reference, we're not going to dig into that. The other item was in response to a question Brian O'Leary asked last night. How many new staff have been added to our total staff complement since we undertook the service review exercise in 2020? And that exercise was based on our 2015 information, if I recall. So I went through and quite quickly looked at all of our new hires and determined which ones were sort of new versus which ones were simply replacing positions that became vacant during that period. Some of those positions are replacing positions that were vacant ahead of service review, in which case they were considered vacant at service review. And in many cases, the decision to bring someone in would be at a cost savings. So there's 9 new positions on that list. We're also working on, in response to a question Councillor Tamming had, a full org chart that will show for each division the number of staff within each division. So that should be ready at some point today. Sharon's working quickly at that.
Hey, just to clarify, when you go through changes in staffing, it always goes through council, correct? Like a year ago, we would have had those on the budget.
It would either be captured in the budget, so as a prior year change, or I can recall quite quickly, I remember it was during our water rate study, we approved adding a water distribution operator. So it's sometimes incorporated into a budget decision. Sometimes they would be made throughout the year.
So I guess what I'm trying to get at, like if the city manager decides sometime during the year that he's adding 5 new employees, that doesn't necessarily go through council, or it does?
I would say council is always informed of that. It's not necessarily done on the approval of council ahead of the decision.
Right. Okay.
It's done, and in those cases, it's done within the budget that we have available to us. If we're looking at something that will have a budgetary increase in the year that it comes into effect, certainly council has to make decisions that would impact the budget.
The reason I asked for that in the first place was more curiosity than anything, because you know, if you look back to 2016 at how busy we were as a city, it's right now we're booming compared to 2016. So that was part of my curiosity. Thanks.
Just reach past you there, Kate, for a minute. Tim, your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To Deputy Mayor O'Leary, I just wanted to respond to the notion if the city manager added X amount of positions throughout the year, not including the vacancies already approved within the complement. Any net new positions would absolutely bring to council for consideration. It would have a budget impact of some type. So rest assured, council will have a preview of whatever it might be I'm proposing. And the same would hold true. And in fact, it leads into later in the budget presentation, the secondment that I proposed earlier this year came to council for your review and approval to move forward with seconding individuals within the corporation to work on strategic priorities, et cetera, for a set amount of time. So even when we're staying within the budget envelope, so to speak, rest assured, again, reports will come to council to say, here's what we're doing and why we're doing it, how it fits with council priority, and why we should move forward with it.
Great. Thanks for that, Tim.
Kate, 2 quick questions, Kate. Of that 9 positions, how many were management and how many union, do you know? Or I guess there'd be a third category.
I did look through that quickly. I don't believe any of them were management. I believe they were all unionized positions, not necessarily all in the same position, but I believe they're all unionized.
And since I do view this as a way of informing the public, as we all do, sometimes we use words and phrases that the public may not be familiar with. So in 2020, we did a service review. I don't think I was on council then. I think we inherited that.
That was 2016.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said 2020. I may have missed that. So we haven't done a service review then for 4 years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When's the next one due, just so the public knows? And me? Are these things you try to do every 5 years, perhaps city manager? Yeah.
Through the mayor to full cute. Through the mayor to Councillor Tamming. We don't have a set service review scheduled. It's not something that, like the official plan, is done every 5 years to update. However, I would note again, the report that went to council earlier this year that's also noted in the budget presentation later today is the whole notion of strategic transformation, process review, and the seconded folks that we have within the city. We want to start to incorporate that into our everyday business cycle. It's not just a once every 5 years, but how do we constantly look at what we're doing to review our processes?
Okay. I guess my question is, first of all, when the service review is done, do you bring in outside consultants? And do they give us an idea as to whether our management ratios are too high, too low? How do we get a sense of those metrics during that process? How do we know how we compare to, say, Lindsay, Ontario in terms of management? I've been asked that by a few ratepayers. How do we know? I'm just asking the metrics.
I'll have Director Coulter respond, but I'll give some of my past experiences with service reviews. There's a whole host of, like most projects, you can bring in outside consultants to work with a corporation or any municipality to work on a service review, to look at efficiencies, et cetera. Often it's just looking at your own business models. We participate in the BMA study with municipalities across Ontario. We work with AMO, we work with other stakeholders. And then I think all of us from the senior level approach, myself as city manager, I meet every 3 weeks with all the other CAOs and city managers in Grey County. Kate has a treasurer, Pam has similar for community services, Dennis is similar with public works. So we tend as colleagues, peers, whether it's just Grey County or across the province, participate in those informal discussions, and we'll look at what other municipalities are doing also. So there's two roads you can take. It can be done internally. You just have to understand the manpower that's required to do that. And then B, you can bring in a consultant to really, fine tune and look at other process efficiencies. But Ms. Coulter, I'll ask you to.
Yeah, that was a great answer and not much to add. I feel bad because you weren't here in 2016, but we really found comparable municipalities and then looked at each of the business units. So for me, planning, building, parks, cemetery, and we compared how does our operation, both in terms of how do we deliver that service and how many staff and what does the service look like? So how many acres of park, how many playing fields, how many ball diamonds do we have compared to other communities, and then looked at the cost to providing that service. I think, and Brianna can correct me, the Civic Web in 2016, if you're looking for some Christmas time reading, would have all those service review documents if you'd like to look at any of them.
And I just add to that too, we build on service review every year. Often it's not that whole organization, but even in our current 2021, sorry, I've got 3 years in my head all the time, 2021 capital budget, we sort of have those mini service reviews. So we're going to do the transit study. That will certainly look at our transit operation. And part of that process will be looking at transit operations in other municipalities and seeing how we compare. We have our IT needs study. That's very much a service review as it relates to the software that we're using. It won't necessarily look at staffing of the IT department, but it's going to look at how we utilize our software applications, which is a significant expense to us every year. And we'll certainly look at what other municipalities are using in order to do those same things. So we do have these sort of service review studies every year. And there's often different things that we'll look at. Coming down the train, I think we have a transportation master plan coming. Anytime we look at those master plans, we certainly look at what do other municipalities do in this circumstance. So that's an ongoing exercise.
If I can add just from our perspective, that was the first one that I think had been done since Greg Curtis, so that goes back to about 2006. So it had been just about 10 years. It was very intensive for staff, almost a year, if not over a year. Each department went hard at it, and we did have comparators to like Brockville and different municipalities right on it, as Pam has stated. We at the time, I think I'm not overstating saying that the idea was that we're trying to get to sort of a base level to build off of, and that's what staff has been doing since, was given that we hadn't looked at it for 10 years, was to come up to a kind of a basic standard that we could play off of or move on from perhaps.
Your Worship, just not to drag this on, but I just wanted to mention that for the councillors that weren't around in 2016 when we're talking about comparables, one of the things that came up was it's our snow removal. Like you can't find anyone comparable to Owen Sound because of the hills we have. In fact, when we started talking about hills in 2016, talking about hills that you don't even realize, and I was born and raised here. We always think about our big hills, but the amount of salt and sand that we use for our hills in Owen Sound, you won't find another municipality that comes close. So just a thought.
Good discussion. So just to remind you again, we'll see this a lot, just to bring us back to where we are and what we're looking at, where we have that 2.76 increase. The segmented budget that I referred to before, this is describing line items. In the past, when you looked at this, you would have seen corporate services, community services, public works and operations, police, fire, library, art gallery. This is sort of describing lines as service objectives rather than departments under our org chart, and it's our first step to move away from those types of silos. As we get more sophisticated in how we capture HR and financial data, we'll be better at classifying costs into these types of categories. For now, it was somewhat rudimentary. We grouped departments by that sort of service objective and put them in here. So for example, I'll just point out something like protecting the environment. Our waste management division is under this department, and I believe it's only our waste management division. There are certainly efforts made to protect the environment, address climate change, things like that within other divisions as well. Because those costs are grouped with their core services, they're not that quickly taken out. So that's not necessarily captured here, but it will improve as we get better systems in place that allow us to track that information. So governance and program support, for the most part, that's sort of all of the things that we have in place to support the services that are out there that people actually can touch and feel. So very much your corporate services are here, council, the costs. Ensuring community safety includes police, fire, and bylaw enforcement. Protecting our environment, as I said, the only department within that line item currently is the Waste Management Division. You'll also notice that water and wastewater rates are not showing up here. We've purposefully omitted water and wastewater from today's presentation because they don't have any impact on the tax levy. And often we do address water and wastewater. We try to at budget, but then it doesn't get the attention that it deserves because ultimately those decisions aren't impacting what we're here today to decide. So we're saving that information now. We're going to have more fulsome budget discussions when we look at water and wastewater rates, and that also happens in the spring. Encouraging recreation, that would be all of our recreation programming, our facility costs for the rec center and the Julie McCarthy Rec Center and the Bayshore Community Center, as well as parks and trails. Supporting arts and culture. Currently, what's in there is our library and the art gallery. Fostering growth, we'll have engineering, planning, community development, tourism. And then finally, cemetery operations, only because I struggled with figuring out where it belongs. So we'll work on that one as well.
Sorry. Kate, just a quick question while you're on this page. I found it fascinating to see that ensuring community safety was only sitting at 43%, when in past years we were kind of closer to the 48%. And no digs on you two, but your costs. What kind of offset that? Obviously, we saw an increase in other sectors within the operations. So where did we see that transition?
So while their budgets have not decreased, they are not increasing at the same rate as the other departments as a whole.
Yep. Okay.
And often the biggest item there relates to our sort of things that are not related. So those are the things over in the right-hand side. And the one that's specific is our tax write-off expenses. Those can't necessarily be attributed to any particular division.
Mm-hmm.
They're sort of taken into account after the fact.
Okay. Thank you.
Carol had a question.
Through your worship, two things. We're making a transition to more of a functional rather than department siloed approach. Can we please in the future have a glossary that goes through exactly what you said? So when we see a category like governance and program support, there's a reference tool so that as it changes, then we've got something just to refer to. I would find that very helpful in the future. So that was certainly the first request that I had. In organizations that I've been affiliated with that move from a structured, siloed departmental budget to more of a functional overview, it's very hard for the governance organization to be able to track one or the other. It's not as distinct. And so as we move forward, as funds or things change, that being able to pinpoint what accounts, what is the variable that causes that change would be extremely helpful, because I know in the past it's there, but it's not as immediately obvious from a governance perspective. So having that clarification, I would appreciate.
No problem. And I really do think that is sort of the basis of how we're approaching the budget. We're not talking about total budgets today. We're talking about changes. So why is the cost of this item going to be more or less than it was in the previous year? Those are the things we're discussing. Some of that background might include a reference to what the total cost of the service is, but we are focusing on changes. In relation to the first one, the mapping document, division will be incorporated into every one of these line items. We'll just be picking out when we spend that time on something that impacts community safety, that it's capturing those costs. It won't be any longer that sort of, well, we're just going to call this department that now, if that makes sense. So we're just about to jump over to the police board presentation. This was a title sheet that I had created in advance of him, but just as a reminder, the police board budget is increasing by 2.73%, and that's driven by an increase in wages of 2.3%. Offsetting the increase is an increase in fire paging revenues, but ultimately this increase is reflected by an increased cost elsewhere in our budget. So the net impact on the bottom line of that change is zero. And so I'll pass it over to the chief here. I'll just get everything wiped down and cleaned up, and he can take over.
Kate, that sound reminds some of us old guys about phonographic records. Sound at the start or at the end.
Are we good to go?
I would wait for a second, then you've got all the
Okay.
yeah, can you dance?
Stand here and tap dance? I'm not a good tap dancer.
Thanks, Chief.
No problem. Thank you for the opportunity to come and present this morning. And I'm going to go through some of the slides fairly quickly because you may have seen them already, but it's just a good reminder for everyone. If there are any questions, please present them while we're going through it. So one of the things that we want to talk about is that in 2011, there were 40 sworn officers and 3 part-time officers. And in 2020, we were down to 37 sworn officers and 5 part-times. The part-time equivalent make up 2.25% of our full-time equivalent total. That number of sworn officers has gone down despite the fact that it shouldn't have been done without a Section 40 hearing. through the Police Services Act, and community services officers and the identification officers' roles were civilianized as a cost-saving measure, and in order to keep people there in that role, so they gather some specialty. I just want to go over the increased workload in the consular service. So from the time in 2011, there were 14,399 calls for service. In 2019, we were up to 17,510. Initially in 2020, due to the pandemic, the rate had dropped for the first 3 months when everybody seemed to be staying home and it was quiet. But since that, we're looking at about a 4 to 5% increase in calls for service over last year. From the month end at November, we're projecting about 18,384 calls for service. So as you can see, our business keeps getting busier. Certainly mental health is going to be an issue as we move forward with the pandemic, as well as people are isolated. This slide just represents the calls for service. You can see there was a dip down to 2014, and then it's risen every year since then. And our projected number for this year is a new high. Increased workload in criminal charges. So it's one thing that is easy to measure. They're all reported through Stats Canada. Criminal code violations resulted in 450 persons charged back in 2011, and that's just over double by 2019 at 913 people charged. Certainly the number of officers decreased during that same time period, so that workload on the individual officer and the workload overall in general has increased significantly and doubled. Same time that period, the officers' responsibilities with respect to court processes and disclosure have changed. The demands from the crowns, the demands from the courts have certainly increased. The involvement of criminal matters with cell phones and technology are almost involved in almost every case now. So officers are in a position where there's a lot more work going into gather all the necessary evidence, because it's a matter of gathering good evidence and bad evidence and presenting everything in the case. Number of repeat charges and catch and release as a result of diversion from court custody and detention and COVID-19 have also increased. So back in about 2016, the provincial government did a review of the number of people held in custody without being convicted of any crime, and they found that the percentage was upwards of 50%. And there was a concern about the fact that people are presumed innocent until proven guilty in court, yet a lot of these people are actually being incarcerated. So there was a review done, and a lot more of those people were released from custody on terms that would normally have been held in custody prior to that review. As a result, a number of those people breach those terms, and it increases the number of interactions with the police and the number of charges that we have to lay. Crime Severity Index, you see in 2011, it's risen 67% to 2019. Violent crime has risen 49%, and the nonviolent crime has risen 77% over that time period. So there's a significant increase in the number of criminal actions and number of activities going on in the city. Several changes to the complexity of policing over that time. As I started to mention with the introduction of cell phones and technology in almost every crime, human trafficking, sexual assaults with the recent study by the Globe and Mail resulted in a change in the way we do our sexual assault investigations. It resulted in a lot more work going into those. Domestic violence offenses, there's mandatory charging that comes in under the police, to the police under the Crown. So if you have the evidence, you must lay a charge. Human trafficking 3 years ago, 5 years ago, wasn't even an issue. It wasn't even something that crossed the plate and was an issue here in town. Now we're seeing regular examples, and the use of the internet and the use of technology allows it to happen anywhere in any location. So that technology certainly increases the investigative workload, the cost, the complexity, and the time that it takes for an officer to complete an investigation. One other thing is judicial authorizations are more often required for information. So what we could 5 years ago have gotten without any type of request for judicial authorization, whether that be a warrant or a production order, people would provide that information. That now is required that we complete documentation and get judicial authorization before we can proceed, and that's obviously time consuming and a lot of work. Video is more prevalent and often necessary, but time is spent acquiring, capturing, analyzing, and then disclosing. there's also costs associated to storage of that information. Impaired driving and training for drug recognition experts and overtime for specialist call-ins. Impaired by drug is something that 5 years ago there were no, well, I guess it was a bit more than that. About 8 years ago, there were no drug recognition experts. The only information that you had for an impaired driver was by alcohol, and you'd go in and you'd do a breath test. Officers now go on specific training. It involves 3 weeks down in the States because they have to go to a location where there are enough individuals coming in under the effects of significant effects of non-prescription drugs, where they can test, analyze, and do their evaluations. So they're trained down in the States. The cost of that training is offset through the government, but it still is something that we didn't do a number of years ago. Drug offenses and investigations are more lengthy and require added precautions due to the fentanyl toxicity. What could be done by one officer in the past, and just an example is processing exhibits. You could go and take the exhibit, process it. Now you have to have a second officer there monitoring to make sure that the person isn't overcome by the fentanyl, so because of the toxicity involved. And as well, we also had to add downdraft tables and things like that so that there wasn't a risk to the officers. Drug overdose cases, one thing is that every one of those is a small, what I would consider a small preliminary homicide investigation, because if somebody overdoses, you don't know whether it was an accidental overdose, an intentional overdose by somebody else providing them with those drugs. So it certainly increases, and everybody's well aware of the number of overdose deaths that are happening in the province due to the fentanyl issues. So where does Owen Sound sit now? I think it's important to look at the slide on the left. That shows the violent crime, nonviolent crime, and overall crime for the city of Owen Sound. As you can see, there's some spikes in the violent crime. Those are a result of homicides that took place during those years, and obviously if there's a homicide, that's a higher weight on that, so it really spikes. But overall, you can see over the past 3-4 years, specifically from 2016 to 2019, the violent crime, nonviolent crime, and overall crime indexes are climbing drastically. While at the same time, the green dotted line along the bottom is the provincial overall average for those combined numbers. So as a province, we're certainly increasing much higher rate than the provinces itself. On the right hand, sorry, Councilor.
Just on that slide there, I wonder if you could speak back to the changes made in 2016 on those yet to be processed through the court system that were being held, and currently they're being released. So we repeatedly read in the papers now, breach of probation, breach of recognizance, breach, over and over. Is there a movement by chiefs in the province to say, well, here in Owen Sound, you could ascertain that we've got a direct correlation in those statistics on that left chart. Maybe not provincially, but boy, it sure looks like a correlation from where we sit here locally. And is there some pushback or movement to the province to say, this isn't sustainable? I mean, it's a nice trial, but can we look at some changes?
Through the mayor, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police is addressing that issue, that what we would consider the catch and release method that we're doing right now. I can give you an example. One person was released when the officers were still at the location that they were arrested from, and by the time they were still working at that location, and the individual was released on terms not to attend, and before they left, he was already back and under arrest again. Those are the types of situations that we run into, and really, we have no control over the fact that that individual is breaching a court order, and we're obligated to lay the criminal charge and move it forward. And there's another, not only do you have the first bag to do, but now you have the second count brief to do and add to it and add the charges and the release documents on the second time. Those are the types of things that really the community safety well-being planning should be looking at addressing. Some of the issues related to addictions, homelessness, mental health, that hopefully we can get out of that cycle, and whether it doesn't necessarily need to be incarceration, but it needs to be some alternatives for us.
It's funny, but it's not funny. It's got to be defeating for a police officer to be on the scene and someone gets arrested and sent to jail, and before they leave the scene, the guy is back on the scene. Like, that's got to be pretty defeating. Just a comment.
So the one on the right, the one on the right, the chart on the right, shows the number of sworn officers decreasing while the calls for service constantly are increasing. This chart shows the overtime hours and the violent crime. As you can see, they're almost run perfectly parallel. That's just to show the fact that really the overtime run by the officers and by the service, really the only time we have it is when there's a significant incident, when there's been a violent crime, something needs to be addressed and investigated and followed up. We don't routinely use any overtime within the service for just other issues. The one on the bottom shows the number of arrests and the number of officers. In this slide, the number of officers is in the red line where it's going down, while the number of arrests are going up on the other side. So what are some of the issues? Owen Sound's a unique city. In most cases, the size of this city was a bedroom community to other larger urban centers. It's unique that Owen Sound's the employment and commercial hub for Grey County and a lot of Bruce County. The population increases during the day, and that results in increased daytime call volumes, unlike most other police services who see a decrease during the day because they're a bedroom community. It's fairly easy to police a city when 90% of the people are sleeping overnight. It's the 10% that you have to deal with, or 5% that you have to deal with, and when they're all gone during the day, similar type of thing, the number of people. We draw in people. Social services and support agencies have been centralized in the city to support those in need, which concentrates marginalized populations, along with statistically increased victimization and police involvement. So the message is that some of the people that we're drawing in are prone to victimization. Many people who need supports are dealing with issues of mental health, poverty, food security, homelessness, and addictions. What drives police calls? Homelessness, mental health, and addictions are significant drivers of police calls for service, obviously. This stat comes from the 2019 Justice Canada State of the Justice System report, and I think it's very significant. When you look at people who stated they used drugs, they recorded a rate of violent victimization, not just victimization, but violent victimization, 4 times higher than non-users. Similarly, people with mental health disabilities recorded violent victimization 3 times higher than people without. And anybody with a history of homelessness, recorded a rate of violent victimization more than 5 times higher than people that have never been homeless. So when you start looking at marginalized populations, that draws in and draws victimization, people taking advantage of those individuals, those marginalized society, and then therefore police involvement when somebody is a victim of a violent crime.
Chief, can I just ask, just to back up for a minute, when you talk about the population increasing to, I think the number is 41,000 or something by noon hour or 1 o'clock, and you say the call volume goes up, what do you say to people like me that say, you know, yeah, our population goes to 41,000, but those people are coming here to work. They're not coming here to commit crimes. So is there something specific that you can tell me? Like, I guess there's car accidents the odd time from all the people coming, but is there something specific that makes that call volume go up with the number of people that are coming in here to work every day?
Well, I guess one example of that would be there's 5,000 people coming from outside coming to school every day, and there are a significant number of issues that result as at the schools as a result of conflict and other things like that. So no matter what you're drawing into town, you're going to be drawing in issues, problems, and the police have to address those.
Okay, thanks.
Chief, if you don't mind, a few slides back, I'm just trying to understand some numbers. This goes way back. I probably should have asked it then. You said in 2019, we basically doubled up to 913 people were charged. Do you remember that number?
Yeah.
And if there's like 23 frontline officers, that's about 40 people per officer per year. You see where I'm going with this? It seems like one person, like I'm dealing with workload here, and I just wonder if you can explain it to me and to the public. The math, and I think I've emailed you separately on this, the math seems to suggest less than one person. I'm not saying charges, because I know sometimes there's multiple charges, but the math seems to suggest maybe on average an officer charges one person a week. You see where I'm going with the numbers?
So
yeah,
there is.
It just doesn't seem that onerous when you put it in that context. I wonder if you could just speak to that.
So I think it's important to recognize that police have been, the policing has evolved over the years that we don't just deal with crime and justice. And whether that's right or wrong, it really only accounts for probably less than 20% of our calls for service. So to look strictly at criminal charges as a measure, 80% of our calls for service don't have any criminal component to them. So that's one piece of the number, but certainly everything else, a mental health call isn't handled, it wouldn't be involving an arrest or unless it goes to a case where it causes a criminal offense. But those mental health calls for service, the police are called to deal with them, but they aren't what I would consider a criminal offense and a criminal charge.
I appreciate that. I'm just pointing out the statistic can be read in a number of ways. Yes, it's double, but it's still less than one charge per officer per year or per week.
I think if we wait just a moment, we'll get to a slide that comes as a comparison across the province, and then whether or not it's low or high, I guess, is a comparison that we'll draw when we look at other services in the province.
I think there's a couple of questions that have come out of that just before you move, Carol.
Your Worship, a question and a comment. About the training, you said for the drug training, you said the province pays for that. So I need to know, do they pay the salary plus travel plus the training time, and the municipality pay the backup coverage to make sure we're staffed? How does that sharing of cost work?
So they pay the travel and the accommodations and the expenses on the course. They don't cover the salaries of the officer that we send. We have to do that, and we don't have the luxury of backup and calling in and backfilling. We cover with what we have.
So that to get that drug training at this point in time puts that extra burden on our existing force.
To get any training actually means that we're running. We have to balance whether or not we have the officers available and working during that time period, and whether we can afford to send them on training.
So the other part of my questioning is, my understanding from the information you're sharing today is you're presenting statistical evidence about the increased workload, the increased charges, and you're comparing it provincially to give us some idea of where we sit with the trending. But I'm understanding that there is a change in process documentation, which, whether it's direct face-to-face arresting someone, and the indirect paperwork administrative burden that has changed as a result over the years. So when we look at this information, what we need to do is look at the face-to-face interaction, arrest, and processing, but the administrative burden that has also changed related to every single charge, correct?
Absolutely. And it's not just the time that you interact with the individual. It's the time in the follow-up. It's the time to go to court. It's the time to prepare for court. New change, and police are often left holding the bag, so to speak, with the changes that are made by other areas. And so a court change as a result of a court decision was that now the individuals who are witnesses in a case, you have to keep up with their criminal records, and you have to produce their criminal records. Before it wasn't relevant. So now an officer who processes a charge may have to go back 2 or 3 times and update that criminal record and provide it to the Crown Attorney for ongoing disclosure issues. Similarly, the courts now, because of COVID, there's been a big backlog on charges because they weren't processing the charges coming in. A number of those were just told, well, the court date will roll ahead 5 weeks, roll ahead 5 weeks. Now you're getting to the point where they want to get the process moving again. There are approximately 20 to 30,000 charges province-wide. A number of those that have lawyers on file, then they can contact the counsel on file and contact them, but a number of the individuals don't. And if they fail to appear, because they don't honestly know when the next date is that they have to appear, those individuals there's going to be bench warrants and there's going to be summonses for them, and that falls to the police to serve. So there's an administrative burden that comes along with every decision outside of the police control.
What would be helpful for me is to start to get some sort of percentage of change in that administrative burden, because it helps us understand that, for every charge, there's that indirect administrative burden. I don't know if that's possible, but it presents a more global picture of the increased demands, and as well, the business case you're presenting that incorporates that. So I would just suggest if that's a possibility for the future.
If I can answer that, it would be very difficult because if you're looking at an assault charge, one assault charge may be one victim, one witness saw it, or maybe there are no witnesses that saw it, and you can process that charge. The individual is issued the paperwork, the investigation is complete. They go to court, they plead guilty, or they have a diversion and something happens. Another assault charge, and it may be the same type of charge, has 4 or 5 witnesses that you have to take statements from. It may go through the court system for 18 months before you ever get, and it comes to a trial, and you spend 2 days there for a trial. And so it's really difficult to make that comparison.
Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Chief, first question, like the addition of 2 full-time uniformed officers, are you adding one more to each platoon or no?
So there's a balancing act. We're looking at doing something that allows us to have some proactive response so that we can try and target some of the issues that are driving up the crime rates and driving violent crime.
Right.
And so I'm not looking at, if I came looking for 4 officers, I think this is a fiscally responsible way of looking at an increase. 4 officers would have driven that percentage much higher. And there's other things that are in planning and in process. So I think it's a responsible way to do it is to add to and do a proactive response to try and target some of those numbers that are causing, some of those issues that are causing those numbers to increase. And at the same time, we're doing some reviews on our efficiencies on what we respond to and you know, why are we responding to some of the calls for service that we're responding to, and can they be dealt with in other fashion? Can we increase our online reporting capabilities? Can we do some of them by telephone? Can we defer some of those things? So there's other processes in place rather than just throwing officers and throwing bodies at it, which isn't necessarily the most efficient. We're looking at other options, and this is one way of getting there.
Right. So I did similar to Councillor Tamming. He was talking about charges, and I'm talking about calls. And so in 2011, we're doing about 30 calls a day, and the latest stats now we're doing 50 calls a day. Does that sound right?
Yep, that's right.
And so between 4 officers, you know, we're probably doing a dozen calls a day. So those numbers are okay. Like I'm just throwing those out. They're close anyway.
Yep.
So where are we losing? Like in 2011, 30 calls a day. Now we're doing 50. We've lost something somewhere. So what is suffering in that? At the DIA meeting the other night, Inspector Bishop was here, and some of the board members were asking about foot patrol downtown because, you know, we seem to be getting less police presence downtown. And Inspector Bishop said that, you know, it's tough right now. They try and do the foot patrol when the call numbers are down, but the way it is now during the day, an officer finishes his call, he gets into his cruiser, and there's already 5 more calls on the queue, and they just keep going and going. So maybe foot patrol downtown has suffered with these numbers that I'm talking about, but what else have we lost? Do you know that offhand, or?
Right now, there's no proactive response to calls for service at all. Everything's reactive. So when you had 40 officers, there were 2 people in what was called a HEAT team. And some of it's prior to my arrival, but there were 2 officers in what was called HEAT, a high enforcement activity team, and 2 officers in a core team, so a community-oriented response team. Those are the 4 people that we don't have now. And those are the people that handle the proactive things, deal with the issues before they become a problem, target the locations that you're getting calls for service. So what we've lost is the ability to try and keep a lid on things and try and keep those calls for service at a minimum, and where we're just responding to the call. So you immediately get in your cruiser, you have 4 to choose from. What call do you want to go to next? What's the highest priority and what needs to be addressed? So there's no ability to have the proactive time and have them address issues before they become a problem.
Okay, so really what you're doing, if there's nothing to account for what we're losing, then our officers are doing more. By going from 30 calls a day to 50 calls a day with the same number, our officers are just doing more than they were in 2011. Correct?
Our officers are doing a lot more than they were in 2011 individually, but I think you lose as soon as you're just reactive and you're not ahead of things, you're not ahead of the game, you lose a lot more than to say that you're not losing. I don't think is accurate as well.
Okay, thanks.
Just before you move, I've got a quick question. Stemming from John's, you referred to all criminal charges 450 and then going to 913 of persons charged. Does that include CDSA and drug charges or just criminal code charges?
Criminal code violation.
Oh, so then CDSA could be on top of that without a criminal code. Does not include Highway Traffic Act then. Criminal Severity Index, does that include CDSA or drug charges?
I don't believe so. I'd have to double check.
So that's another factor. And then when we take those persons charged and balance them with calls for service, that kind of gives us a really rough, but an indication of the number of social calls or social service calls that you're making that don't result in an actual crime, but take time and a report in the book, et cetera.
Exactly, and that's the 80-20 ratio where 20% is probably a criminal call for service and 80% is when it comes down to it, other than the risk and the involvement where they need police because of a potential threat of violence or anything like that, it may be able to be handled elsewhere.
Excellent, thank you. Oh, Travis has one to wrap up.
Sorry, just for clarity, what's CDSA?
Oh, the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, so any drug offense.
Chief, again, thank you for letting us dig into the weeds with Councillor O'Leary's question as well. It's just really helpful. And just for the record, okay, I play hockey with police officers. I used to do criminal law many years ago. And, it goes without saying, I've just been so impressed with what they do. And they enter the darker zones of our community, whether it's domestic or a bar scene. And they do things that many people in this room would find incredibly difficult. So it's not coming from that. I'm just genuinely trying to understand. With that in mind, I do have a question about OPP. Is it right that some of the crimes are outsourced to OPP, for instance, homicide? And if so, is there still a secondment of some sort to a local officer? Can you speak to that?
We haven't outsourced anything since my arrival, and I don't expect that we will be moving forward. We've trained our officers, and we have the proper supervision and things in place that unless it's a significant event, multi-jurisdictional or multi-victim or something like that, that would be unless it was something over the top, it wouldn't be outsourced.
Okay, again, I don't do criminal, but I understand a few years ago the OPP were brought in for more serious crimes, and that's just not happening. That's useful to know. Thank you.
I'm not aware of that.
Murders, they'd bring in an investigation team, but then we had people that had to guard the house for days at a time while they did the investigation. I'm thinking 2nd Avenue West, 8th to 9th Street, around the corner, and yeah. But mine, thanks.
Okay, so this slide just shows that the percentage of Grey County housing units are 50% located in Owen Sound, and that's obviously because of the services that are provided within the city. But along with those services come issues like I mentioned previously. Those victimization rates are also brought into effect when you get marginalized populations. Some of the other things that affect policing and social determinants of health, the median income for an individual in Owen Sound is lower than that of the province. The median income for families is significantly less in Owen Sound than the province. And I think everybody is aware that obviously alcohol and alcohol consumption drives calls for police service as you get into arguments and such. And 23% of Grey Bruce residents identified as heavy drinkers compared to 17% provincially. So alcohol is a big driver to police calls for service. Looking at this is our mental health calls for service. And we're going through this and you can see the impact of MHEART. So our mobile mental health and addictions response team started in Q4 of 2019. You can see a significant drop. I could say it was all as a result of that, but I won't. It's not accurate. There was one individual who was an exceptional case who moved to another location outside the city, and that obviously as well fueled the numbers dropping down. But then as you can see, the numbers are starting to climb again in Q1 and Q2 of 2020, and I think a lot of that has to do with the effects of the pandemic and the effects of COVID. A lot of people are suffering with mental health issues, and it's only going to get worse. Just some ideas on time spent on mental health calls for service. So in 2018, 2019, and 2020, you can see that they continue to rise. There's recently been a protocol agreement signed between Grey Bruce Health Services and ourselves and every other police service within Grey and Bruce County on a transition of care so that it improves the transition of care. So when we arrive at the hospital, we're completing forms that the hospital understand. The communication is a lot more seamless, and it's supposed to result in a seamless transition and an increased decreased time for us being spent at the hospital. So we're working on getting that done. And then The slide on the right-hand side just shows that the time spent on a mental health call compared to an assault call. And you can see the mental health call in red and the assault call in blue. So, you know, both of them, you have to arrive at the scene, you have to speak to witnesses, you have to identify what the issues and the problems are, you have to take statements from the individuals, and then you look at the time that, and then there's processing of paperwork for an assault call, and there's taking the individual to the hospital. And you can see that those non-criminal charges certainly are increasing in the time that are being spent. So when you look at just the criminal numbers, that's only one piece of the story.
Thanks, Your Worship. Chief, just while we're on mental health, on Monday night when Sarah did her presentation on the safety and well-being, I know you were here, but you didn't speak. And I asked the question, is there a long-term goal of getting mental health to start taking over some of the work from our police and to the point where our police budget gets balanced down a little bit? And she said that's her long-term goal. So you're involved in that safety and well-being plan too. Do you get the same sense that that's part of the goal?
There is some optimism with the community safety and well-being planning, because obviously it's being mandated by the province, that it's going across province-wide. Everybody's mandated to have a plan in place. Everybody's has to look at the same issues. Some of the funding for mental health services that the government's announced recently certainly will help on that front. I don't think we'll ever get to the point where we're out of the mental health business, because as soon as you get into a violent situation or threat of violence, then the police are going to have to respond. But I do see it would be much more beneficial having the right people responding to the calls in the first place. We're looking at some terms of references for our mobile mental health unit to have, because right now, working with Canadian Mental Health Association, when we designed the program, they were hesitant to, they wouldn't attend unless it was already looked at and handled by a frontline police officer. Now we're looking at revising the terms of reference where, if the circumstances permit and there's no increased risk for violence, can the mental health worker with the plainclothes officer attend to start dealing with the issue and dealing with the problem, and avoid that whole uniform being at the door and the whole stigmatization of mental health and everything else. So yes, things are happening, things are being put into place. It's not something that's going to happen overnight.
So are you staying involved with this plan, like to see it through? Like you'll always be involved in that?
Yeah, absolutely.
One of the things that I'm trying to do at the county is to have some kind of accountability for, and not to criticize the plan, because that's not my intent. But I mean, all they talk about is collaboration, and there's a million partners. You know, alcohol, crime prevention, it's mental health, and on and on and on. And it's when you ask the question, I know we have all these different organizations, but what do they do? What do they accomplish? Where are the results? And so, I mean, it's all part of the plan, but it's good to know that you're going to follow through with this plan and stay involved if you've got the same goals as what I'm talking about.
Absolutely, and the ideal is to have the right people respond to the right calls for service, and I think we've seen some advances in that, both in mental health. 211 is a prime example. The use of 211 is increasing dramatically because people know that it's a resource that they can call and look for help, look for assistance. So all of those things are aiming for the same role and the same outcome. And certainly, I would much rather not have to respond to calls that aren't police matters.
Chief, I'm always, I'm never fond of phrases like looking at, okay, because you're looking at things. And just a comment, I think it would be so good if you came to us at some point, not in the next 2 months or anything, but came to us early in the new year and said, I'm going to try a pilot project. I think you have the mandate to do that. I don't think you have to wait for Toronto. And yet you can start a pilot project with a cop a police officer in a windbreaker and a mental health worker, and just let us know how that goes. And I guess I'm wondering, do you have a plan? And if so, when will it be implemented? Or does it depend on various stakeholders being consulted over the next 24 months? It's that sort of question that I would have.
I guess I'll take you back one slide to the fourth quarter of 2019. When I arrived in January 2019, the first thing I did was reach out to the Canadian Mental Health Association. Clark McFarlane was new in the role as well. And I said, I want to create a mobile mental health and addictions response team. And it was created last year in the fourth quarter. the same project rolled out countywide this year in the fourth quarter, because I was the first one to the door and I was the one that said, I want to create that team. And that team is the individual who's plain clothes, not wearing a uniform, and going and responding to those calls for service. So from the day I arrived, that's exactly what I've done.
Oh, I know you've taken steps, but I'm curious because you say you're going to look at more things. And I'm just wondering, is there more of a firm plan in the next year to do these steps? That's all. To get the numbers down of health responses to Mr. O'Leary's comment.
I guess the answer to that is yes, but I don't control the firm plan. I have a budget and I have the policing responsibility aspect of it. But if you're asking me to make other people take on more work and for them to do that, I can work with them. I can work and create a pilot. I can ask them to change the terms of reference. I can do all those things, but those other agencies are the ones that perhaps you need to speak to about the funding level for their mobile mental health countywide for the two counties because of the issues on that end.
Go ahead.
So it was interesting when I was compiling the statistics related to mental health that night. I was at home and I saw this tweet from York Regional Police: 7,484. That's how many mental health related calls YRP responded to last year. And they did a 2-minute video that was with the tweet and went through this how they hired 2 social workers to assist with the call volumes in 2016 for their mental health calls. I found it very interesting because the money they spent on the video was probably more than we spend on our whole mental health program. But when you look at the combination between Owen Sound and York Region, and you look at the population of and the number of calls and number of officers, they're saying they had 7,484 calls, mental health related calls. We had 1,095. And when you look at their what is their budget? I don't put their budget on there, but when you look at their population of 1.2 million and our population of 22,000, you can see the mental health issues within Grey County and within Owen Sound are much higher than a lot of other locations. So this just shows the calls for service by our events by hour and by day per year. So you can see each line is a graph, and each of them are pretty consistent overnight and from midnight until 6 a.m. Yes, there's a slight increase for the recent ones, but then by between 7 and 9 a.m. things ramp up considerably, and each year they go a little bit higher, and it's during that daytime time when people are here and within the city. In the evenings they taper off again from 5, 6 o'clock in the night until midnight. So why is Owen Sound so busy? So when I first came, I said I needed some information about the daytime population in the city, and it wasn't made available. But the city manager and Pam Poulter provided me with a market area data report that was commissioned by the city in 2016, and it indicated that the daytime population, and that's people who work in the area and residents that are home during the day, is just over 40,000 people in 2016. That may have changed slightly, but we'll use that number for the time being. And it peaks during the same time. That daytime number is when we have our peak in our demands for policing. So the challenge is the tax base reflects the native resident population of 22,000, and those are the people that are paying for our services. But this city provides services such as policing to those that are present within the city limits, including transients. Population there, it's 40,816. Schooling is one example. This data reflects the home residence of the location for the people attending school. 4,859 people are enrolled in the seven schools within the city, and about 45.9% of those people live outside the city. In addition, Georgian College brings in 1,000 students in a non-COVID year, and they're either in residence or commuting within the city. So I always hear that Strathroy is a town of similar size and similar information and similar,
Why'd you look at me there?
I might have heard it from you. And as a result, I've included Strathroy in this comparison, but I've also compared Stratford, which is a mid-size. So when you look at Owen Sound of a population of 22,000, and I'm saying the resident population during the day is about 40,000 based on your study. We look at Stratford at 31,000, that's kind of in the middle, and Woodstock is almost identical at 40,000, and And Strathroy, because it's often used as a comparator, there's 21,000 in the population in Strathroy Caradoc that they police. 9,000 of those people live within their city limits, and 12,000 live in the rural area. You can see the annual police budgets, anywhere from 6.7 million to 14 million. Calls for service. You look at our calls for service with our population, which is by far, well, one of the lowest. We're projecting just over 18,000 calls for service. Stratford is just over 19,000, so very comparable. Woodstock is double the population, or the same population as our daytime, and they are almost in line with us as well, within 1,000 calls. Strathroy, it's interesting, their calls for service, there's a special note there. They track officer time on task, so they do that, and then they're able to track all those things. So they create incidents for that. They create incidents for directed patrol downtown. We do third-party records checks as well. We do about 1,500 every month. So if we were to add in the 1,500 records checks every month, our numbers would be through the roof. But really, they do it for tracking time on task, but it's kind of a strange projection. Looking at the number of sworn officers, Strathroy is at 31, we're at 37. Stratford's at 67, Woodstock 68. Civilian staff, fairly comparable on Sound Stratford. Strathroy's a little bit less, Woodstock's much higher. Mental health related calls, I think if you look at that, we're second to Stratford, a city of 40,000, but only by less 101 calls. And total adults charged, we certainly lead the list on that one. If you look at Strathroy, it's a rural community. The comparator isn't really that much similar. The number of people that are traveling from Strathroy into London, it's a commuter bedroom community. Same with Stratford. Stratford's commuting. Although they do have a vibrant city themselves, they're also commuting into the GTA or into the Kitchener-Waterloo area. Woodstock's 40,000, but they're also a commuter town to both London and KW. So you can see the number of charges, the number of mental health calls and things like that. The demands for service and the comparators strictly aren't something that you can look at based on a population number. So Councillor Tammy asked earlier about the criminal code offenses per officer in 2018. There's the comparator for the province we're number 3 from the top, where the number of criminal code charges per officer in 2018. Stratford, Strathroy, Woodstock, well down the road, much slower. So I think when you look at that number, and you were asking about, it's only this many calls per officer, it's only this many charges per officer. I think that reflects the fact that it may be only that many for our officer, but number 3 in the province indicates that workload is pretty high.
Sorry, Chief, just for clarity, we're talking number 3 in the province for all regions.
Province. Jesus. Every police service in the province. Violent crime severity index, there you can see as well. Stratford, Strathroy, Woodstock, and ourselves, and we're number 8 in the province for violent crime. And that's changed, and we've been drastically increasing, we've been increasing each year, climbing on the violent crime severity index. Cop to pop is a way a lot of people look at policing. I'm not a big fan of that, because I think you can't just say this many people results in the need for this many police officers, but certainly our current police population ratio is 1 to 576. The Canadian average is lower at 541. The Ontario average is about the same at 565. But if you calculate it based on our daytime population estimate, that ratio drops to 1 in 1,103. So that's significantly lower than anywhere else in the province. The results, so the increased calls for service and officer workload can no longer be maintained. The officers are waiting. The fact that we have no proactive response and we're just reactive and we're chasing the calls for service, it's no longer something that we can continue to do. Public safety is a serious concern as the overall crime and violent crime increase well beyond the provincial and national average. You saw that graph with the provincial average increasing slightly and Owen Sound moving quite higher. And need to be addressed in order to maintain public safety, perceptions of safety, and attract residents and businesses to the community. Officer mental health and wellness are also serious concerns. As workload and demands on the officers, everybody joins this profession in order to help others and solve problems. And when you get you can get frustrated when you're no longer able to maintain that. And there always seem to be the pressures on you when you go from call to call and you don't have time to complete the workload and the paperwork that's resulted from 2 days earlier. That increases the demands and the stresses. The reductions in staffing levels has resulted in a reactive response to calls for service, as I mentioned, and the call queues and backlogs during the daytime hours and evening hours are routine. Reactive response leaves gaps in services that would address problem areas and can target enforcement and violent crime and crime severity. So that's why I'm suggesting the 2 officers would be in a role where we would be able to reinstate one of either, whether we call it heat or core, it's a proactive response unit, somebody that can go out and deal with problems, deal with hot spots, if you want to use that term, whatever that may be, but deal with those issues and those problems. Additional officers and officers available to conduct proactive duties are necessary to meet those demands. And the 2021 proposed budget addresses these staffing issues in what I believe, and working with the city and working with Kate, to be a fiscally responsible manner to address the needs and to minimize the immediate impact on policing costs.
Through your worship, if I'm looking at the data that you've provided correctly and interpreting it accurately, by asking for the increase, all you're really asking for is to go back to the 2011 staffing ratio that existed at a time when the demands for service are increasing and we're poised as well for growth in Owen Sound in the next few years. So you may call it a budget increase, and it may be a dollar increase, but you're really just asking for what you had in 2011. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct. I guess the issue that I have, I came with 1.7% last year and was told that that was extremely high and needed to go back and sharpen my pencil. And you know, I think it was a collaborative effort that it addresses my needs moving forward in a fiscally responsible manner that still worked within the city's needs and the city's budget request from council. And so that was one of the focuses that we prepared this document on. And also, when you start, I'm not a proponent of just adding bodies to a problem. And it's a complete package where you have to look at all the issues and all of the problems and how, and there is some traction in other areas and within the private sector or public sector to try and augment their abilities to serve through the community safety work, well-being planning, and a number of other issues, so that we can try and drive that down so it's not just a police response to action.
Thank you.
Thanks for the presentation, Chief. You know, the difference this year is this presentation. You know, in the 6 years that I've been on council, this is the best understanding, I think, that we've been given of what you folks do over there. And I really want to thank you. I really, really appreciate having that, because it totally reframes the way you make a decision when you have the information in front of you. I mean, for me, you know, when I came on council in 2014, it was an issue of money. You know, cost control, we've got to get our budgets under control. I didn't know what you were spending the money on. Now, it wasn't you, of course, as well. I didn't know what the department was spending the money on. Now I've got a much better idea what's going on. And for me now, the issue is it can't be looked at as just a financial issue. It's a social issue. And it's a social issue that's not going away. You know, from my own experience, you know, a year and a half ago, I relocated to a much closer area downtown, just across the parking lot. And I can tell you that not a week goes by that I do not have officers from the police service in my neighborhood dealing with something serious. So I really appreciate having the presentation. I certainly have no problem supporting your ask. And to Councillor Merton's point about just asking for what you've got in 2011, you know, I want to make a comment about all city services. In the library, we're still operating with the same staff we had in 1972. We're doing a lot more over there than we were in 1972. We've got an ask here today from the art gallery. There is a tradition, I think, in Owen Sound of understaffing for the sake of saving money. And as we're seeing here with policing, at the end of the day, that's a strategy that does not work, because eventually you've got to pay the piper. So I'll get off my soapbox now. I just really wanted to thank you for that presentation, Chief.
Councillor Hamlin, go ahead.
Just a quick question for you, Chief. How much of your staffing is management?
So,
Like what percentage, or what's the kind of ratio on that?
so of the 89 people there, there's myself, 2 inspectors, and 3 civilian managers that are senior management. One of those civilian managers is offset through dispatch charge recovery, so there's 4 of us out of 90.
3 of which would be included in the 40 officers, so correct?
So, sorry, the 3 senior officers, myself and the 2 inspectors included in those 30 officers.
Brian, go ahead.
Thank you, Worship. I want to echo what Richard was saying. I remember when I was on the police board, all I asked for at that point was, can we just get Kate in to see something so that we just want to have a conversation. The perception then, when I was on the police board, was they're hiding something. There's got to be something hidden. And I think since you've become chief, your availability has been outstanding. Like, it seems like you're always here, but I like it. I'm not complaining. But I think you're starting to get the way counselors are, need to know the information, and it's showing in the information that you're giving us. So I think we're making headway and certainly have a better understanding. So I thank you for that.
Go ahead, John.
Chief, I've been one of your interlocutors the last couple of years as well, and I think it only behooves me, I'd like to use the word behoove, to thank you very much. And this is so courteous of you. You don't need to be doing a lot of this, and it's nice that you understand our position as counselors. That said, I still think we need an OPP costing. I believe in being transparent as I'm talking to you. I still think there'd be savings like Orangeville found out, and that now's not the time to have that debate. I don't want to be seen as, contradicting my earlier comments. I'd like to see another study of that, but I certainly echo what Councillor O'Leary and Thompson have said. It is so classy of you to be here and to go into this level of detail. It's really appreciated.
Thanks. And I'm not going to repeat, but I think you're doing everyone's already kind of stated everyone's opinion, and I said that at our last closed meeting as well, as how much I appreciate what you've done and the transparency you've provided to this council. I'm going to go back and I'm going to ask that question though. We do have that agreement between the police board and this council of what we're going to do, and not necessarily to you, Chief, but to maybe senior management, of when we're going to be revising that agreement to make it a little bit more updated and make it actually, something that we're actually going to follow. Because right now, obviously, that agreement's not in effect. So is there any update on when we'll be revising that agreement?
I haven't got an answer on that. Certainly it's on the Police Services Board radar as well, and I may defer to somebody else.
Okay, Tim behind you there may have.
Sure, through the mayor to Councillor Dodd. The chief and I just spoke about this earlier this week, I think, or late last week, on revising that. We know it's an important item. I think we're just trying to figure out the logistics of whether it's council, the board, or who actually controls that, and some of the mechanics of it. But we would look to do that in the first quarter, late first quarter, early second quarter of next year. It'll be back.
So you don't need a motion from council in open to give that direction?
I think on this, a motion would be useful. I just, again, to reach out to the police board. I'm not certain of the wording on that motion.
Okay, so you don't want me to make a motion today?
Let's wait on that, and when we can, I think I'll work with Brianna and perhaps yourself, but we'll work on the wording of that motion and bring it perhaps to December 14th. Perfect. Committee of the whole council.
And the only reason I'm talking about that agreement again is because it's great that we have the relationship we do now, but if Chief Ambrose goes on in 10 years and moves on and he's living up in Manitoulin Island, and Brock Hamley's still sitting here, we want to ensure, yeah, we want to ensure that that chief and that the police board is still acting, in that open, transparent thing. And we've obviously let that slip in the past, and I don't think we need to do that again in the future.
Go ahead.
Oh, Scott.
Thanks, Mayor Bai, and thanks, Chief, for being here. Excellent presentation. I just have a couple quick questions. One of which is with the increase in 2 officers, the capital purchases of 150,000. Is that an increase in fleet requirements, or how's the current fleet able to respond to with 2 more?
So there's no, well, I shouldn't say, one of the items in the capital purchase is a new vehicle, new patrol vehicle. That being said, we were able to receive a grant this past year, and it paid for a brand new vehicle. So the vehicle that's being purchased in 2021 or proposed in the 2021 capital purchase is a replacement for an ongoing fleet. The one that was purchased on the grant, so it didn't cost us, it was donated, it was grant from the province. That was brought on, and the increase was that we didn't replace a cruiser or a vehicle at that time, so that during the day there's the capacity and we have vehicles required. So it only increased the insurance costs.
Okay. And there's a couple metrics that I would find interesting. I'm not sure if they could be added, but I noted them down. The address of call volume. I just said I have such a hard time just falling for our population at $40,000 or 40,000 people and thinking that the lady drives in from Tara to work at an insurance company is contributing to their problem here. So I would find an address kind of interesting as part of the data that we get. And of the 1,095 MHA calls, roughly, well, I'd love to know how many actual individuals account for that 1,095. Like if it was 700 or if it was 32.
That information is available. There are some that are high flyers, frequent, and frequently involved with the police. And that was one of the drivers that put that number down at the implementation of MHART. And that individual was responsible for about 400 calls in 2019. So I would say that there's a number of individuals who account for a high percentage, but then there are a lot of others that are suffering as well.
Yeah. And I'm glad to hear Deputy Mayor O'Leary speaking about working at the county level. Any experience I have in any job I think I've ever had that I have currently, and this is not a reflection of the police because the police have to respond to this, but I have never seen or can't think of another example where there's such a lack of accountability and ownership for the issues that are arising out of here. So I'm glad you're working on this at the county, councillor, because I see so many different task forces created and people working on this and people working on that. And, to some individuals, there's West for Youth, and there's 211, and there's school administrators. And, there is resources out there, and we're always looking to add, but boy, nobody seems to want to take ownership and accountability for the issue before it gets to the necessary police response. And I had a fellow email this week who's of Chinese origin. He's been in Owen Sound for a couple of years. He works with the military. He has to respond to his supervisors on issues of personal nature. And he's got a bylaw issue going on with the city right now and a neighborhood dispute. And his car window was shot out 2 mornings ago. And the police officers responding say, our hands are quite tied as it is right now. We're understaffed. We're not able to meet your expectations of how we can help you. And this individual then wants to move from our community, and that's just not right. We talk about inclusiveness and welcoming, and here's a contributing individual that is so frustrated and then personally out of pocket for an expense like that. So we owe it to residents to respond to the presentation that you've put forward today, and I thank you very much for it, and I'm happy to support such endeavors.
Go to Marion and then Brian, and then we're moving on.
Thank you. I was going to save my comments till the end, but I certainly echoed the comments of the other councillors on your presentation and the explanation that you've given the councillors over the last few times that we've met with you. Also, the work that you put into this and providing all of this to the council has been certainly mind-boggling and certainly has explained a lot of the things that happen over at police services. With regards to a request for OPP costing, if that were to happen, I think it's extremely important that we put in place the parameters that would not be provided by OPP, such as the community policing areas and things that OPP would not be providing. So I think you really need to, if that comes about, we need an apples to apples comparison. I certainly am astounded at, this is the first time I think in any budget that I have ever been involved with, working with the city and as a councillor, that the police services budget has come actually to the day of council's budget. So congratulations on that. And also congratulations on looking at our police services being more proactive with the additional of the 2 officers and trying to get things under control before they actually happen. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Brian.
Hey, real quickly, I just thinking when Scott was talking about the accountability thing, I sit on the Owen Sound Hanover Task Force, and you're doing a presentation, I think, in January for that.
I see a lot of the same thing.
Yeah, but which is fine. But I wanted to mention that one of the things we're finding out in that task force is the number of people that come to Owen Sound and Hanover for social services, and that contributes to calls significantly too. So I just wanted to mention that.
So there's the 2020 to 2021 budget comparison, and you can see the operating budget goes up about $174,000. That's the 2.73%, and then there's some variances in different areas. One of the things that I want to highlight. Okay, so I'm not going to go through line by line or each division, but staffing increase of 2 officers. That's a new recruit in January and in April of 2021. And that will provide adequate and effective policing. Increase relating to step wages and benefits, that's about 1.9%. Greater awareness of salary contingencies through the assistance of city finance, Kate, right now, but I'll recognize her contribution in helping sit down and the day she spent over at the police service as well to try and help us become more aware of what that actually means. It may not reflect. It will probably reflect in the fact that we're going to be closer to budget as opposed to under budget again next year. But certainly the idea is that you try not to overtax and not to take money that you don't need. So working with Kate, that was a big assistance. One of the officers being hired is mostly offset by a WSIB recovery right now. One of our officers is off. Increased dispatch revenue offsetting costs of service, including almost all the communication staff and the supervisor. Councillor Hamley's earlier question, one of the supervisors as well as the dispatch service staff are all covered off by the revenue that we generate. Increased court cost staff as a result of OSPS being used for prisoner handling while the courts remain open and require staffing as well. So court security under the Police Services Act is the responsibility of the municipality where the courts is built and where it's physically situated. And one of the things with COVID, they're not bringing prisoners into their facility anymore. So what happens is now anybody that's held overnight for a bail hearing, or even if they're being held in custody at Penetang, Central North Correctional Center, they're doing video and audio links in order to minimize bringing people in the building and COVID-19. They don't expect that that's going to change. There's a significant cost saving from transporting somebody from Penetang every time they have an appearance date, and their appearance may only be for a simple remand or to set a new date, to put it over to another date. So they're driving them there, they're physically there, they have to get them lunch, they have to drive them back. So, and as well, the police service is being used for those overnight people being held in custody. As a result of that, we have to have one extra person down in the cell block during the day from 8 to 4 in order to watch that person and to do all those links. So when you look at the court services, that's the increase in the court services budget for next year. One of the significant drivers is having that individual. So we almost have to upstaff. We can work with the numbers, but the courts are still open. The courts still require screeners at the front. They still require people in the back. They still require a rover and for security for the judiciary and the building. So that's a significant driver. One of the other things is the increase, that's the repeat. The provincial grant funding is a $422,212.71 grant from 2020. It's been included in the budget, but it's not guaranteed by the province. It expires at the end of March at their year-end fiscal year. And they are currently doing a review of that grant funding. I received information last week about the review, and I believe the city manager got it as well. And if not, we'll be reaching out to talk to them. And I have a survey that I have to complete, as well as I'm looking to meet with them personally about that. And we've discussed that in the past. But one of the issues that should be addressed is that the court security falls to municipality, but certainly the physical location of the court is here, but it serves a much larger portion of Grey and Bruce counties. So that's something that needs to be addressed further, especially if they're looking at cutting that funding. And that's the end of the presentation. Any questions? Subject to any other questions?
I think we hit the question button before. Let's thank you very much, Craig, for bringing it. And I echo what everyone else has just said. That this is probably one of the best, most thorough educational reports that we've had in a while, that helps us understand a little better, a little more clearly the decisions we're making. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, moving right along.
Oh, I really like that next slide, that one.
Do you want to take 5 minutes?
My bladder does.
Okay, let's do it.
5 or 8 minutes? Perfect, thanks. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Kate, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll just get my presentation on here. So we're going to just dive now into the actual variances within the operating budget. We're starting, just to remind you where we are, 2.76%. The first set of variances that I'm going to discuss are the base budget changes. Base budget, as I mentioned, these are things that result from negotiated staff increases, changes in contract costs as a result of our committed annual indexes, and any fees that are going up because of external market pressures, inflation, that sort of thing. The base budget increase is $173,000 and represents approximately a 0.5 percentage point of our total increase. Several lines with budget reductions, including fire wages and the CIP program, rebate expenses, keep the total increase below 1.5, which is what it would have been without those decreases. So I'll just refer, even though we're not going to go through it today, the actual budget document that was provided last Friday and in the agenda, I believe it's the first item under supplementary information. That's that full operating budget document. Appendix A has the variance sheets from every department, and those are broken down to the major cost object codes, which would be wages, materials and supplies, contract services, transfers to reserves, and internal allocations. If you took all the wages lines from all those groups and put them together, the net change in wages before any new staff are proposed is only $35,000 this year. So there's approximately $100,000 that relates to changes due to our budgeted COLA increase and union increases. Both our CUPE unions will be renegotiating early in 2021. Our non-union increase will come to council for approval following those processes. And then obviously we're still working on estimates for our fire, which the most recent ratified contract was in 2018. Total wages citywide, not including the library, are $27,555,000. This represents 57% of our total expenses, and if you exclude, water and wastewater, it's closer to 65% of our total expenses. It represents the largest annual investment that we make every year, and it is certainly our most valuable resource. Total wage overheads include withholding taxes, benefits, and OMERS, and are stable as a percentage of wages when you compare to last year. And currently, for every dollar we pay to a staff person, on average, we pay an additional 32 cents for those overhead type expenses. We also every year recognize a contingency of $110,000, and this year it's $110,000, and that represents savings that we know we're going to have as a result of gapping or long-term absences. So sometimes we have a staff person on LTD or someone on parental leave. We tend to leave their wages budget within the division, but then we do recognize a contingency elsewhere just to reflect that we know we will have some absences during the year. So like I said, total wages across the board are going up 35,000. We are seeing a decrease in fire wages. That's a decrease in the fire wages budget. So although the fire wages are increasing, during 2020, we received the ratified contract for the Fire Association up to the end of 2018, and that ratified 14 through 18. So all this time, we've been estimating what those wages would be. As a result of coming in slightly under what our estimations were, we were able to do a correction sort of to get our base increase, our base wage back to where it should be. So now we're sort of back in line to be more realistic to what those wages are. And then we're now again in a situation where we're estimating those increases going forward. We have in our budget a decrease in the total CIP. Insurance. We talked about this at our corporate services meeting just last Thursday. The total premium paid to BFL in 2020 was $840,000. This includes vehicle coverage and property coverage on over $300 million worth of cities, facilities, and plants. 2021 estimated renewal increase for the budget is $123,000 on the tax levy. This factors in a 19% increase in our total policy. Currently, we're discussing at corporate services that we find ourselves in a hard market. So it's sort of like demand is exceeding supply when it comes to insurance in a sense. And so we're sort of everyone across the board is looking at these type of increases. So a 19% increase is not an uncommon one in the municipal industry these days. Offsetting some increases, we're seeing a decline in our total CIP program, and this refers specifically to the CIP program that relates to vacant land and brownfield remediation programs. So when development happens, they do receive a rebate for the first so many years of their taxes. Some of these are maturing, and as such, we're able to recognize a decrease in the costs and ultimately benefit from the increased assessment that those programs incentivized in the first place. Our total CIP and rebate budget in 2021 will be $318,000, which is down. Our total annual software subscription and maintenance fees are going up by $35,000, and our total budget for these fees is $375,000. These fees are allocated to all the divisions based on how the software is used. And as you are aware, we do have a needs assessment project in our capital budget that will focus on reviewing our current software platform, identifying gaps and recommending efficiencies, and ultimately where we're going with these programs. Certainly with the goal of doing things more efficiently, but potentially saving some money as well. Contract services. So in total, our contract costs are going up by about $185,000. Annually, we pay almost $6.6 million in contract services, the largest being public transit and waste management, and that includes both garbage and recycling pickup and disposal. Our significant contracts, other significant contracts include animal control, bylaw enforcement, parking enforcement and security, airport management, leachate hauling, and some roadside maintenance. In addition, we budget $150,000 for legal fees annually under this department. As of November 1st, just looking at this, I do think we may need to look at that tipping fee contract cost, as it does look like our tipping fees are higher than we currently have budgeted right now. Our transit contract is going up by $50,000 and our total contract cost is $1.2 million. Annually, the airport contract costs $130,000 and is going up nominally. And there's not any significant increases in the other areas. I'll also note, I suppose, that this is where we record the dispatch fees for fire services. So while we do see an increase of $34,000 here, it's offset by an increase in revenue in the police budget. I've shown our levy, our portion of the levy for the North Grey Union Public Library. Our total levy this year is estimated to be $993,000, and that's only an increase of 0.28% over 2020. So it's only going up by $6,500 over last year's budget. The total municipal levy at the library is 1.22% increase, and our increase is less due to declining membership of Owen Sound residents.
I can see the question in Councillor Tamming's eyes, so I'll just answer it from over here. The declining membership is in part due to the fact that we do not automatically renew library cards. So if you don't come to the library this year and your card is expired, you drop off the membership list, even though you think you're still a member in standing. And the first time you come to take a book out, that card is updated. Historically, this goes back to the very beginnings of the Union Public Library Agreement, where there may have been some partners who were not eager to remind their residents that their cards had expired because that might cost them more money annually. There's also been an impact, of course, due to COVID. Far fewer people physically coming into the library, therefore those card renewals are not taking place.
So if I follow accordingly, the other municipalities have means to remind or are automatically renewing their members' cards, or why would it not proportionately be similar
there's
statistically?
been a decrease across the board. The other municipalities are not reminding their residents that their cards need to be renewed. I can guarantee you of that. And that's a historic thing that goes right back to the start of the agreement, when maybe not everybody was as keen to be paying into what was perceived to be the Owen Sound Library at that time. And it's just continued on through the years. But we are planning to do some advertising, I would say, in the new year to try and remind people that they do need to renew their library cards.
I think the most important part in that slide is the bottom right-hand lettering that says it's based on a 3-year average. So yes, it may be down today, but those municipalities, when COVID's over, all those things, Chatsworth, Georgian Bluffs, and Meaford, that will come back into play when life returns to normal, I'm assuming, right? I'm assuming those will be picked back up. So.
Seeing no other questions, I'll recommend we break for lunch. Everything is here and ready to go. And if we can aim for a shorter lunch, maybe to 12:30, we should be able to get done in good time today. I'm hoping to wrap around 3 or 3:30 if we can be back by that time.
I don't know what you said that made Marion so angry. Just throwing her computer around. Okay, so you just said half an hour to 3/4. Is that what you said? 20 minutes after 12 would be a good time to start?
20 after 12 would be great.
Is that what you, that was?
It'd
what
be
you said?
perfect.
Okay, perfect. Thanks.
Whenever you're ready, Dottie Dot.
Okay, we're back on now. So Kate, if you want to go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I'll just remind you where we are. We just went through those base budget changes, and now we're focusing on the impacts to the budget as a result of things that came into effect during 2020. And so the highlighted line is the line we're talking about, and all of those variances above the line are the things that go into that total increase of 120,000. And I guess I'll just there was some banter before we came back, but just talking about a motion to approve or anything. Basically, this budget is our proposed budget to you. And if everything that is here today were to move forward into our final budget document, there are no motions required. So there's nothing here that we're seeking your approval on at this time. Even those service level changes, if you are happy with those, then they'll move forward to the next one. It's really if you're only contrary to anything in this budget that a motion may or may not be necessary. So prior year changes add another 120,000, and added to the base budget, it results in a 1% of the total increase. When we make mid-year decisions to make permanent or a persistent change to the way we provide services, the budgetary impact is ultimately captured in the following year's budget. The first one is implementing the minimum staffing clause that was awarded through arbitration. So this awarded the city a minimum staffing of 4 rather than 5. And by employing this level of staffing at times when suppression officer is sick or on vacation or otherwise away, we are able to realize reduced overtime expense. To date in 2020, we've saved 66,000 in overtime when we compare that to the same time last year. And so in order to incorporate that change into the budget, we're reducing the fire overtime budget by 50,000. And that's also contributing to why overall we see a reduction in the fire services budget. Enhancing the CIP program. So as you'll recall, it happened very recently. Council approved a new CIP plan on November 16th. The new plan continues to fund CIP programs for facade and heritage rebates, but also adds 40,000 in funding for property and landscaping improvements, accessibility improvements, startup space leasehold improvements, and vacant building conversions. The existing brownfield and vacant land rebates continue to be offered as well. However, these are funded through the increased assessment that they generate. So this adds 40,000 to the budget, but certainly when you take it into account that we had those savings in the maturing CIP programs, on a net basis, our CIP costs in 2021 are going down. Removing the annual contribution for the MRI campaign, which was $25,000 a year. So in 2018, Council committed $25,000 annually towards the MRI campaign at Grey Bruce Hospital Foundation. The 2-year commitment was met and it matured in 2020. And so as such, we could take this $25,000 out of the budget. That being said, staff is working on an updated grants policy, which may impact future years' budgets should Council decide to implement an ongoing grants program. For the time being, the informal policy is reflected in proposed and past budgets is that the city does not provide grants to service organizations. Rather, when these requests are received, staff refer them to organizations such as Community Foundation Grey Bruce, because that really is the mandate of that organization. All that being said, there are several organizations currently funded through our tax levy, and those are the Festival of Northern Lights, Billy Bishop Museum, Community Waterfront Heritage, the Owen Sound City Band, as well as we give several small grants in lieu for free rental space at the city facilities for organizations that meet a definition within that policy of what their mandates are. That being said, I would comment that there was a motion made at our last council meeting to consider a request for a grant in lieu of property taxes, and perhaps this would be a good time to have that discussion.
Travis?
Thank you, Worship. And maybe that's just I'm going to ask you, Kate. That organization asked for their 100%. But I think maybe just for clarity, they did, and they could potentially be eligible for that 40% reduction automatically, whether we choose it to like it or not. If you want to give them 0 or whatever, they're automatically, if they're eligible and approved, they will automatically get the 40%. That's correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Carol?
Through your worship. So just to clarify around process, at the last council, we discussed that already there were people who are renting in a similar situation that received this. My understanding is that they have to come back annually to request, correct? Do they come, is this an automatic bylaw where staff are empowered to delegate that approval? I'm just not sure I recall seeing anyone else come to request an extension of the exemptions or a reduction.
The 40% is an existing program. It's called our charity rebate program.
Okay.
It's defined by a bylaw. It's defined within the Municipal Act. We offer a 40% rebate to organizations that meet that eligibility of being a registered charity.
Right.
The request that came on Monday was to increase for that particular taxpayer a rebate up to 100%. My suggestion would be that you would consider that as a grant in lieu of taxes for the remaining 60%. If we were to increase the total charity rebate program from 40% across this entire municipality so that all of those properties that received the rebate last year would now be entitled to 100%. The cost would be up to $100,000 and perhaps more if there are more charities added that we aren't aware of, but that's based on last year's rebate. So if we're just thinking about that particular property, I would look at it more of a grant in lieu for the amount to make up the additional 60%, which is more in line with a grant than a rebate program.
So they're automatically getting the 40% as we speak today.
So long as they apply in January or February to receive the charity rebate, and as long as they are in fact eligible, I haven't verified that they're charity status, but my understanding is yes, they will be. They will receive, without any council subsequent approval, 40% under that program based on their 2020 taxes.
Mary?
Thank you. Through you to the director. In this particular situation, are the taxes passed on from the owner of the property to the renter? And or are they just asking on behalf of the owner?
They are to prove the amount of their rent that is paid.
A portion to tax?
How much of their rent is attributed to property taxes is something they have to prove. Whether or not that actual cash transfer is made to the tenant or to the landlord, that's not something that we audit.
So in fact, we're actually giving the money to the landlord.
No, we're giving the money to the tenant.
Who in turn is giving it to the landlord.
If they are paying it as part of their rent, correct. So their net will be 0.
But they have to prove that to us first, that they're paying that portion of their rent as taxes to the landlord. Is that correct?
They have to prove the amount of their rent that is attributed to property taxes.
Okay. Keep moving. Go ahead.
Did we defer that presentation? No, we didn't do anything with it. So there's no need to do anything today. I don't need a table just to receive it for information purposes.
Through your worship, at the meeting on Monday, it was to defer the discussion to today, which we've done. To close the loop, I think it would be appropriate to have a motion to receive that presentation or to deny their request could be another option.
Travis?
Thank you, Worship. I guess the next question is, so Kate, do we know if they've actually submitted the application?
The application is not due until January, so I do not believe they have submitted the application yet.
Okay. Okay, so then I'll make that motion that we maintain, that we receive their presentation, and then that we, I guess, well, yeah, deny the request for 100% and stay as what they're eligible for their 40%. They're not worded properly, but
Or maintain the current policy? If you want to read it back to us, then we're clear.
That in consideration of a presentation held on Monday, November 30th, respecting OSHARE, that City Council receives the presentation and denies the request for 100% tax rebate, and that staff continue to act in accordance with the city policy.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Thanks, Brianna.
The next one is to backfill seconded staff in their home departments for $120,000. Several strategic and two full-time staff have been seconded to fulfill a focus on strategic initiatives, including the application of a climate lens to decision-making. In order to accommodate the secondments, an events coordinator contract and a full-time purchasing administrator have been retained. Some of the strategic initiatives and focuses that the seconded staff will be looking at over the next 24 months include a refreshed strategic plan, employee satisfaction survey, citizen satisfaction survey, a people plan, community engagement initiatives, looking at the budget and how we approach measuring what matters, and the long-term 2050 vision. When we went through this presentation yesterday, we identified that there's a bit of a disconnect here, because since this sort of went into play in 2020, I've included it in the prior year adjustments section, whereas one of the items that we're doing to sort of reallocate the dollars in the budget to where they are appropriately being performed, we see the reduction in the climate change funding somewhere else. But really, this is all linked together. So in fact, that budget is helping to fulfill this, because the roles and responsibilities that were defined to that particular role back in when we presented the 2020 budget, they really are being accomplished here. Also, they're being accomplished throughout our budget. So those tasks are still being undertaken. It's just where they show up. So the dollars are no longer in that dedicated department, and rather they've been dispersed. So there's a couple places in this presentation where it is an increased cost, but it really is offset by how we've reallocated that funding. And we can talk about that more when we get to that slide as well. But that was just to show that, yes, it's 120 here, but elsewhere we have savings of 100,000 to make the net impact closer to $20,000.
Thanks, Trav.
Sorry, thank you, Kate. So I'm not sure if you're going to get into it later or not, so you can stop me if you want, if it is coming up. But you just made that comment about how the climate change coordinator position that was vacant, that we held that limit amount of what, 110,000, that's now being used for the strategic planning session of it. Is that correct? Or
among many other things, yeah. Yes.
Okay. And I know that question came at council on Monday. And are we going to have a further discussion later in this about that climate change coordinator position, or is it this was our touching point?
Certainly, there is a slide dedicated to that further along here, but
then I'll zip it until then.
I'll refer back to this slide when we get there as well.
Okay, thank you.
The addition of eScribe. So in September, Council approved a project to improve the audiovisual technology in Council chambers, and part of that will involve procuring a new agenda management software. And what I'm really looking forward to with this software, amongst the sort of work plan assistance that it will give us, will be the actual interaction that you'll have with your agenda, but also with the minutes, and the ability to go back to a place in the minutes and link directly to that videotape section so that we can jump through not only the documented minutes, but also the recorded video. So this is part and parcel of that total project, but it did increase our operating budget because anytime we add software, there is a maintenance fee associated with it on an annual basis. We have included in this budget a temporary increase of HR support from part-time to full-time. So our budget has a part-time HR. We basically have one full-time and one part-time HR staff person. Our current HR manager is on maternity leave, and as such, we have someone filling in for her on the long term. However, in that time that our seasoned manager was gone, I think we're undergoing every single union negotiation that we have, among other things. So it was identified that she could use some assistance. So we are increasing what was budgeted or what is permanently in place of a part-time, and we've brought in a 1-year full-time contract to get us through that leave and all of those negotiations. That being said, about a third of that employee's time is being charged to police services because they're also going to be offering some HR support in relation to a vacancy at police. So the net impact on our budget for that decision is $9,500. And I guess I will say, heads up, that this request may come to council as a permanent change. So as I mentioned before, we're operating on a budget where we're spending close to $30 million a year on human resources, and one full-time and one part-time staff person has not been sufficient in order to continue the work that needs to be done to maintain that resource. So that's the total impact of the sort of decisions that are in place, but now are being incorporated. The next section is sort of those corrections. So these do not relate to increasing costs or changes in service levels, but rather to correct an existing budget purely to increase accuracy. And adding these corrections to the base budget and the prior year changes brings our total operating budget increase up to 1.25%. Trying not to get too confusing, we allocate labor to where it performs work. And specifically when we talk about our maintenance staff at Public Works, if they're doing work on a water main, they charge their time to water main. As such, we try to budget accordingly where we anticipate that they'll be spending time. Over time, as we have added water distribution operator staff, as well as since we've taken over the wastewater treatment plant from what was formerly managed through Veolia as a contract, we no longer spend as much time with our public works staff working in water and wastewater. They're able to do more things outside of those departments, but we also need to show in the budget that we can't allocate their time there anymore. So that's actually increasing our tax levy by $60,000 to reflect where they're actually spending their time. We've removed the grant in lieu to the Legion. Historically, the Legion was exempt from taxation by bylaw. Recently, legislation came into place where they're exempt automatically, so they're not even included in the tax roll. Therefore, we no longer need to include this grant. However, the tax shift shows up when our roll is input into the system. So there really isn't a savings here because it's offset by a negative assessment change. Overall, we're reducing our legal fees by $10,000, but it's worth mentioning legal fees because we do spend a significant amount every year on legal fees. And in fact, the majority of our legal fees are incurred by human resources. We budget $90,000 a year. In 2020, we're over budget by $50,000 in this department. So that just goes to show managing that asset is not an easy one, and it's not without its costs. Other areas where legal fees are typically higher are in planning, bylaw enforcement, and our general city levy. Tax-related adjustments. These are adjustments that relate to revenues and expenses that are tied to the tax roll. First off, we're reducing tax certificate fees to reflect what our current averages are, and our annual budget for this revenue is $55,000. So this represents the fees generally paid by lawyers when they get a tax certificate on a property, and then that's passed on to the purchaser or the seller in this case. Reducing penalty and interest revenue. So we're actually reducing this revenue by $25,000. However, it's not bad news. Ultimately, this is good news as it reflects a declining balance of outstanding taxes owing. And that signals, among other things, an increased ability to pay. So as we see that total taxes owing as a relation of total taxes levied, that ratio come down. Yes, we're getting less, but it shows that our tax base is catching up on their tax bills and it's not so many taxes outstanding. And then finally, a small adjustment to the heads and beds, what we coin heads and beds, which is the PIL paid by the Georgian College and the hospital. It's going down by 7,000, and that reflects a slight decline in enrollment in Georgian College. We've reduced recycling revenues by 15,000. Consistent with what we've experienced in previous years, the external market for recyclables is going down, and as such, our revenue keeps being adjusted downwards. This doesn't have anything to do with volume. Total revenues for recyclable materials is in 2021 budgeted to be $165,000. Compare that to what it was in 2011 at over $420,000. This shows that the market for recyclable materials is basically being eliminated.
Sorry, I just want to jump back to that heads and beds question. So is that based on overall attendance for Georgian College, or like is that physical attendance, or does that matter? Like if Georgian College starts using 25% of their programming virtually, does that have a negative effect, or is it just solely based off attendance?
I would have to check. I believe it's based on enrollment.
Okay. Sorry, that's what I meant. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
My question relates to recycling and to the director. Do we anticipate any changes to styrofoam collection?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. Not at this time. I mean, this is something that really would be an issue if we had our own landfill and was actually taking up space in our landfill. We don't have a landfill. It's lightweight. It doesn't create much of a tipping fee for us. It's a level of service I don't think we're prepared to start at this time in terms of collecting, because all it would end up doing is going into a bin at Miller's and end up in a landfill anyways. We did go and have a look at the, I guess you'd call it the densifier, I guess for lack of a better term, on how that process works, and possibly purchasing one ourselves if we ever got into this business of recycling our styrofoam. But even when we were there and when they had that open house, it was not this past year, it was the year before, there were still a lot of questions about the markets for the product that's being generated. I know the people that promote it are all gung-ho about it, but really just when you're talking to some of the people that were there that were kind of the markets, it's still something that's, I think there's a lot of work that needs to be done before we'd ever consider something like that.
Since Mayor Body told me he had an appointment this afternoon, I'm going to continue talking for most of this afternoon. I'm just kidding. With that report that we moved on Monday regarding the new Blue Box plan, will that create another service? Like, would Styrofoam ever come back if it was doing that? Like, would we instead just throwing them to the dump? Like, would they have a collection bin for that when that program changes? Because it'll be on the responsibility of the manufacturer, not us finding or the municipalities finding a market.
Thank you for the question, Mr. Councillor, through you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe the paper discusses the recycling of styrofoam as part of that overall initiative. There are other products that will be included in the waste streams or the recycling streams, but to the best of my knowledge, and I'll verify this, that styrofoam wasn't one of those.
Yeah, I was just going to add just previous experience, a small experience, but I know in the larger regions down in the GTA, Halton, Durham, et cetera, they don't take styrofoam or polystyrene in any of their recycling programs either. In fact, Durham region asked to have it brought to a recycling, their garbage facility itself. So yeah, it's a pretty hard commodity to recycle or do something with.
Thank you for indulging me, but you'll also find that some of the manufacturers are also being a little more conscientious and using more of a cardboard product when it comes to packaging their materials, like their, for instance, say table saws or miter saws, you'll find it'll come in that denser cardboard, and that's something you can recycle. And they're trying to get away from styrofoam as well.
So can I just ask, does our landfill accept styrofoam at all? Or not our landfill, our waste recycling, if you took it up there?
Sure, you just end up dumping it into one of the garbage bins.
The next item that has an impact now, so we were up to 1.25% on an operating increase, but now we have a couple things that are actually offsetting that increase to bring our total increase down to less than 1%. The first item is the impact of growth, but this is not to be confused with assessment growth. These are the changing in our operating budgets due to new revenues and increasing revenues. So those help to offset our total tax levy. And applying these brings our operating increase back down. So when you talk about growth, we always use the term growth, but there is both positive and negative growth. The first one is a negative growth. We're recommending an increase to the budget for tax write-offs and negative adjustments up $50,000, and that would bring the total budget up to $400,000 a year. And I've just shown here for your reference what we've seen in actual write-offs, and I'll correct that the year-to-date for 2020, when I looked today after they just posted November's minutes of settlement, we're up to $500,000 for 2020. These relate mostly, if not entirely, to commercial and industrial decisions that come through the Assessment Review Board. And although we are seeing growth, and we are seeing growth in the commercial sector as well, where we're seeing this negative growth is in the assessed values of large big box stores and shopping centers. So as they're sort of correcting those values, they're often multi-year decisions, and as such, we're having to write off multi-years worth of taxes.
So Kate, if we're budgeting for 400,000 and we're consistently at $500,000, where's the difference come from?
Often, and historically, so last year we had a huge write-off of 1.3 million. There are other surpluses. We're using reserves. We're trying to accrue and create a balance wherever we can. So perhaps our supplemental tax revenues will be higher than what we anticipated. We'll bring that back down to budget and accrue some of that over to help offset the write-offs.
So is 400 enough?
We are expecting the county ordered, it's what we refer to a revenue at risk report. And that's something that takes all of those outstanding ARB claims and attempts to estimate what the total amount of revenue will be on an annual basis that we need to write off. Unfortunately, I was expecting that today or tomorrow. I didn't get it in time for this meeting. So between now and budget, when we actually approve the budget in January, I'll be able to give you a more fulsome answer on that. But this is one of those areas where you'll probably see the same 50,000 next year, and we'll keep bringing it up until we get to that stabilization area where we know we have the right amount every year.
I might just mention at this point, we should remember that for several years we've been declining the commercial and the industrial tax rates. And what you're doing in doing so is almost hedging against these losses. So as we move forward, I mean, we're lessening the exposure by reducing in the mill rate there. So,
and that's in the ratio that we're reducing. So we're talking about bag tag revenues here. I also have a slide later on where we can talk about lots of different user fees if you'd like. So we can talk about bag tags again then, or we can talk about it now. But we have seen increasing bag tag revenues, and that's as a result of increasing volumes. We have not changed our bag tag fee in many years. The 2021 budget is increased to $425,000 a year. And that once we have that bag tag budget, what it does is it offsets the total cost of waste collection. So in 2021, that total cost that the levy is carrying is only $45,000. So quite often there's a misconception. Why am I paying for a bag tag? I pay for garbage collection in my taxes. But in fact, we don't pay for garbage collection through our taxes. we pay for a mere 45,000 through the tax rate. The bag tag is what is paying for garbage collection. I will note, as I said earlier, that the burden on the tax levy will increase if we determine that the tipping fee budget needs to increase. And the current fee for a bag tag is $2.50 per tag. That being said, we have recently calculated that the break-even fee for a bag tag would be closer to $2.75.
So that would remove the 45,000 from the taxes, basically.
Theoretically, if we saw that volume change. One thing I would mention is for changes in user fees, and I'll refer back to that COVID slide that I have. Throughout the budget, there's lots of places where the annual user fee is going up, and we haven't reflected the increased revenues in this budget with the anticipation that some of that variance will help to offset our COVID costs in 2020. So while changing this would certainly amend the revenues, we may utilize any changes in revenues to offset the impact of COVID, and ultimately that impact would hit the budget in 2022.
Deputy Mayor O'Leary.
Thank you, Worship. Councillor Thomas is going to be mad at me. Here we go. I want to have the conversation now, if that's okay. The fact that it costs us $2.75 and we're only charging $2.50, that's wrong on our part. We have to have a business sense here. We should be charging at least $3. But I want to go back to what you said about charging labor time. So if the Works Department, whatever they're doing, they charge their time to it. Would you be able to, I mean, I should have thought of this earlier. I don't know if you can do it, but I know when we go and pick up garbage on a Sunday morning, there's a sofa on Main Street, or whether, I don't know if it's the Pam's people from the park or whether it's Dennis's people from Works Department, but that gets charged to something. And I want to know what that something is, because that something keeps going up and up and up. And these people that are in apartments in the downtown core that think they can just fire their garbage out whenever they want and get away with it. And we just keep putting up with it year after year after year, and we don't put anything in place to stop it. And whether that's whatever that cost is, maybe we should be taking that money and putting it into cameras so we can start nailing these people when they just fire anything out in the street. Like, we don't do that on our other streets, but they seem to be able to do it downtown. So I'd like to know what the rest of council thinks, but I think our bag tags should be at $3 if our costs are at $2.75. But certainly interested in what other councilors are thinking.
Thanks. Other councilors, what do you think? Go ahead.
So when we're talking about business case, I don't think we're in the business to try to make more than what it's cost. So I don't understand if the break-even point is $2.75, you're proposing $3.
What I just said.
Just to offset any future other expenses that may come out through the year?
Well, it's just the garbage I'm talking about that's downtown.
It's not being allocated for a collection.
But that number is significant. Like, those are extra costs.
So your intention, though, for the extra quarter of each bag tag would be to sit in a side portion to be used to offset any extra costs coming from waste collection throughout the year?
Well, between that and judging from the number of times we put the bag tag prices up, when was the last time, Kate?
And I'll admit I didn't even check, but I recall it being not the last term of council, but the one before that.
So with that in mind too, that, you know, if we put it at $3, like, it could be 15 years before we touch that again.
My next question would be, I guess, does it matter? I know the last time we had this discussion about, we were talking about making a certain number, and it was going to be, well, then it's weird because SOS has to carry a bunch of change or something if they're buying your 5 bag tags opposed to 10 bag tags. Remember that stupid conversation came up? It's not stupid, but because someone was picking a number of 285 or whatever that was not going to equate to something. So in actual reality, for ease of business, so that way someone's not got a roll of quarters to break those all the time. Does it make sense, to Brian's point, if you're going to go from $2.50 to $3 and you can buy your 5 tags, it's going to cost you $15 even, opposed to $14.25, right? Like, or $13.75. Yeah.
Good, thanks. Richard.
I want to thank Councillor Leary first off, because there's nothing I like talking about better than garbage bag tags, and you've just brightened up my day right away. You know, we had quite a lengthy discussion about bag tags about a year ago, maybe, and at that time, I put forward the idea of actually charging $5 for a bag and using the additional money to fund our source-separated organics program. At that time, we reached no conclusion because I think what we decided was Operations Committee was looking at what was going to be going on there because our contract is coming up next year. So I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. I think we're a little bit premature in raising the cost of the tags when we know there's a major change coming down the pipe in a year in any case, which is likely going to require us to adjust the cost of those tags in any case. So, you know, from my perspective, I think we should just stay as it is until we have the full report come back through operations. And the director has something to add here, I know, because some of my memories, I might have just made some of this up. I'm not entirely sure. But perhaps you could comment, Mr. Cavalis.
Thank you, Councillor, and through you, Mr. Chair. Yes, we actually were working on the report, looking at the options of what it would actually cost to include source separate organics, to incorporate those costs in a bag tag that would cover everything, including regular waste and source separate organics. Just when we were prepared to come forward with our recommendations in our report, COVID-19 hit. And that time, I believe the direction was that there was no appetite to increase any fees until we finished dealing with COVID-19, just because we didn't want to put that additional burden on our ratepayers and our residents. But that was one option that we were looking at, is what would the actual cost be, and I think it was going to be closer to $6 a bag to cover the total cost of the organics, and so that we end up with a net zero balance in terms of dealing with.
In 22 or in 23?
23. We would go out for RFP for those services. One thing I should mention is, you know, in 2023 is when we would actually transfer the responsibility of recyclables to the producers of those recyclables, and that there would be funds available that were used for that could go towards the collection of source separated organics. And again, that would be part of a report, and I believe I'm stealing some of Councillor Tamming's thunder, but that's something we'll probably be discussing on Monday at operations, or Tuesday at operations again.
Brian?
So to Richard's point, I don't know what the numbers are, but Mayor Body could tell you what Meaford just went through. In terms of increases.
Yeah, so Meaford just went out to have their garbage pickup contract renewed. There was only one company that put in an offer, and I think it started at 48%, and then they cut some of the services, I think, and got it down to a 30% increase, which is one heck of a whack. I know their bag tags are up to, they're at $3 now in Meaford. Okay.
So I guess my question is, like, should we be raising it to start putting money away, knowing what's coming, like we know already, or just leave it alone, like you say, and just take the big whammy when it arrives?
I think if we're going to have to bite the bullet, I'd rather just do it once.
Okay, with that, I don't see anyone else jumping up, so I think I'll back off. How do you like that?
Well, if you two keep fighting, no one else can get a word in edgewise. Scott, I think you had your hand up. Chicken, 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 chicken. All right. To the floor? Really? I know Wayne Ritchie would say you're better to take incremental increases each year versus having a big jump at some point, but I'm not seeing anyone's hand going up, to my surprise, so I'll leave it. Councillor Tamming.
Well, since you mentioned the not the deceased, the departed Wayne Ritchie, I'm wondering if we could just have a comment from our current city manager, if there is one.
Well, it's really a council discussion, so.
Well, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Okay, Kate, I guess we're moving on.
The next item is another sort of sign of growth, where the budget has an increase of $100,000 for building permit fees. The total 2020 fees collected as of today exceeds $650,000. And the 2021 proposed increase of $100,000 is offset by an increase in staff time allocated to this department. So I think this discussion came up before. If our reserve keeps growing, are we in fact charging too much? And the answer is that we didn't necessarily do the best job of allocating all of the overhead time that goes into providing building inspection. It's certainly more than just the wages and salaries of the employees there. They have oversight, other staff are involved. So this $100,000 is coming in, but it actually represents a savings of $100,000 on the tax roll because we're allocating that time to building that we weren't in the past. Just though, as a side, this reserve is expected to have a balance of $700,000 at the end of 2020, and our 2021 budget anticipates using $120,000 to fund the purchase of vehicles and the purchase of electric charging stations, as well as $120,000 that is going to be discussed later on in this presentation to bring on a one-year contract staff person to help with the increased volume of inspections. Ultimately, though, this is all signaling what we know is coming, and that's that growth in assessment. So first, we see the planning application revenue. Ultimately, once those things are built and we're inspecting them, we start to see the increased building permits. And then finally, this phase 3 would be the increased tax assessment. So it is great news for many reasons. This, just as I was saying, so we're increasing our total planning fees, bringing the total up to $175,000. This represents that growth and the increased volume that we're seeing in that application phase. So that's the end of the growth. And then the final item that comes into play when we bring in our total operating increase is our annual operating budget that we receive from the provincial government. This is what we refer to as a discretionary grant. And it is one of our only discretionary grants where it really is that we can spend this money as we see fit, whereas most other grants are tied to a certain service or level of spending. There are 4 segments of the OMPF, which is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, of which the city qualifies for one, and that is the Assessment Equalization Grant. Basically, this grant calculates the variance between average assessment province-wide and the average assessment within each municipality. The relative factor determines the value of the grant. It is evident when you look at the BMA study and they compare average assessed values along with average household incomes that the two items are closely correlated. So what our average assessment is a good indicator of ability to pay. And this aims to provide relief to municipalities with that lower ability. Ultimately, if we see our assessment values start to increase, and most particularly if it increases faster than the provincial average, we will start to see this grant decline. However, it should be offset by the growth and any new assessment that comes on as well. Once we factor in the change in the operating grant, the total operating budget sits at 0.69% over last year, and it accounts for 0.47 basis points towards our total 2.76% increase. And I should just note, as it says here, our current total grant is confirmed to be just about $1.9 million. Council may recall back in 2006, I think we were receiving close to $2 million from the OMPF. That started being whittled away every year. And we were losing sometimes $250,000, $300,000 a year. Those were tough years to try to absorb that decrease in revenue till we got to the point where we started to qualify for this grant. And since then, we've sort of seen it come back up. The revenue is good. The fact that it signals that lower ability to pay isn't necessarily a plus. I would say this is the meat and potatoes of today's presentation, but we're going to start talking a bit about service level changes that are proposed in this budget. So these are items that do propose a slight or difference in the way that we provide services and the services that we provide. The staff that have done slides here are going to present. I'll move them forward, but you'll probably present from where you're sitting. And again, this budget is in the format that we are proposing it in total. This is the document that will move forward to our final budget presentation and public meeting in January. So there's no need for you to approve these items right now. If you're happy with them, they'll move forward. But if you want to see something different, then I would hope for a motion from council. There are several items, and it's adding 110,000. Adding these changes brings our total operating increase, including police, but before capital, to 3.1%, and it represents 1.5 basis points on the total budget of 2.76 once you factor these in. Business cases have been provided in the appendix to your budget, and there's a slide or two for each one here today. The first item is the one I alluded to earlier, reallocating those dollars that were set up for climate change responsibilities. The approved 2020 budget included an increase of $105,000 to creative division to be focused on climate change. This budget line anticipated hiring a dedicated staff person to guide the city in policy development and liaise with external groups. The 2021 budget does not propose that this initiative be ceased, but rather that this responsibility is reflected in all of our service areas. The climate lens will be applied to policies and procedures throughout our organization. In particular, the strategic initiatives team, created with seconded staff members, will focus on climate impacts and refreshes to the strategic plan, the corporate outlook, and the citizen engagement exercises. The update to the official plan currently underway includes a focus on sustainability and climate change. The climate change adaptation plan that has been in the works for much of this year, that final plan is going to be presented in early 2021. And the Grey County has implemented the climate change task force, which is sort of working with all the municipalities towards a broader community action plan.
Thank you, Worship. And I guess my question would be, I can't recall if we did it or not, but did Council, or was there a presentation at Council about the climate task force? Yeah, about what it's actually going to encompass, because we do know that the county is doing something, but it'd be nice to know what they're actually doing, because we're going to continually get asked these questions, like we got on Monday, about what our intentions are, and if our end result is that we're going to work with the county, because I'll say it, my personal opinion it is a county initiative, then I think we need to be properly prepared and present that about what the significance of it being at the county opposed to being at a local, each individual municipality. So my only question is if we're reallocating the responsibilities to the county, which is, in my opinion, is the best place for it, how are we presenting that to the public? To say, because this is what we had this big discussion about whether it's going to be us or a higher level, but I don't think we've ever given a full result back to the public.
Just before Tim speaks, I can maybe speak to it. And it's almost unfortunate that the county meetings don't get the same coverage as we often get here in Owen Sound, and partly because of Rogers Cable. But the county had study done by, or a report done by students at University of Guelph, master's students, or maybe PhD students, I can't remember, that came and talked about what we needed to do for a plan. Then hooked up with federal money that I think came through FCM or AMO, but I think FCM, and hired a consultant to work on the plan. And that consultant is a specialist that's working on a lot of municipal plans throughout Ontario, maybe even Canada, but definitely Ontario. The idea was that the county would come up with a plan that we could all use and take advantage of with measurable results and all those things going forward. I think they're hoping, you're not in the environment, you're not on that climate change committee. I think the idea is that they hope to report back in early, like the first 2 or 3 months of 2021. But you're right, it'd be nice to have communications answering so many things that we've all got in our pockets that we could share. I don't know. Go ahead if you want to add to that.
Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Dodd. Yeah, I fully agree. And we can, I'll look to reaching out to the county. Ms. Hussein is the staff member that is running the climate action change plan there, and see about the opportunity of having the county present an update on where they are with the plan, how it's moving forward. I do know that the plan deals not only with mitigation, but adaptation also. So it's not just about how to make facilities better, but how do we reduce waste? How do we treat stormwater? How do we treat, other aspects of the environment, the shoreline, erosion, et cetera. So I'll reach out to the county and in Q1 have some sort of communication back to our council and hopefully be able to arrange for some sort of a formal or more informal presentation.
Going this way, Richard, and then Carol.
Where to start? I'll be brief. This whole thing started, with a motion passed unanimously by this council to have a staff report on how Owen Sound could meet UN emission guidelines. And that report, that motion remains on the books. And so I just don't see it reflected anywhere here in these comments. I appreciate these comments, and it's good to know something's going to happen, but I think there'll be a lot of people very interested in knowing how we're going to address that specific motion.
Sorry, Carol, Councilor Merton just pointed out. So through the mayor to Councilor Thomas, that's precisely right. And that's why where we are today. I read that motion this past week that you had brought forward that council endorsed, and it really does deal with how will we treat net impacts by 2035 and 2050 or something in that nature that also aligned with more of the UN or another larger body. And that's where we are with this. So monies were approved in last year's budget conversation. What we're proposing now is to gather that information. And I think I'd like to try to align that then, if we can get the county to come present, that we could also align a report back on that motion itself at that time.
Through your worship, I understand the request and I understand the original motion. I just want to offer a comment on experiences that have happened in the past when I'll use the phrase go corporate. In other words, go county, larger. It happens with organizations that consolidate, amalgamate. My concern is we look at this through the lens of health and wellness, environmental health and wellness. Just as in a healthcare system, there are times for specialists who help to present a targeted, focused approach. Not to say that they are better or not better than a generalist approach. And I understand that our staff have a variety of experiences and knowledge relating to climate change based on their particular focus. My concern is that as we go larger, the influence and impact locally will become diluted. There are unique circumstances in Owen Sound that having a targeted, focused approach benefits everyone in the long term. And I think the intent of having a climate specialist was to bring someone with that particular targeted focus, expertise, and knowledge to help guide us forward. Whether that would be on a contract basis or a full-time basis, I think originally was a reason why we paused, because it was a significant investment. My caution is being on a table of a variety of people, we don't want to dilute the fact that we have to drill it down and make it work for Owen Sound so that we can actually measure the deliverables from this type of approach. And my request is, as we go forward, to begin with the end in mind, and how are we going to move forward to the motions that were made, and that the public will actually see the results of this initiative.
Go ahead, Tim.
Through the mayor to Councillor Merton. Yeah, I agree. And that's why I think in the conversation with the senior leadership team and looking at climate change and climate action and mitigation, why it's now raised up to the city manager's office. That's at the highest level of the administration, thus wanting to populate that into our strategic initiatives and our refresh of the strategic plan. And through those conversations with the various committees and bringing that back in February or March, that's where we can start to identify what those SMART goals and SMART actions will be with the measurable items, the timeliness of them, when we can return it. But it's also important to understand too, and I agree, you have to have a local focus, but we need to understand what's going on with Grey County. Climate action absolutely doesn't start or stop at our municipal boundaries. So how can we leverage and build off the partnership with each other to make our local impact that much better, knowing that the county's also maybe taking a broader approach to something?
Brock, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that Councillor Merton mentioned health and safety, because on Monday night, we just finished up the community safety and well-being plan. And that was with the county and another county completely altogether. The issues are much larger than just Owen Sound, and we need to take that much broader approach. And I think that community safety and well-being plan is the model for climate change. I really do. I just think anything else is duplication on our part, and I don't think we should go there.
Thanks. Okay, we're good for now.
Worship, I just have a question of procedure then. To Ms. Councillor Thomas's point, the motion was passed, so what happens? I saw Councillor Merton had her hand up. Did we adjourn it for, okay, or Kapke, did we adjourn it for a year? I'm trying to remember what happened to that motion.
Can I speak? Okay. At the time when we made the motion, it was to defer it pending a review of the strategic plan. And that is now taking place. And my comment earlier was going to be the same as the city manager made. Climate does not stop and end at our city borders. It goes beyond that, and it affects all the people that come into our city and all the people that go out to work, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's not just the residents of Owen Sound that are affected by climate change. So I really agree with the approach that it take place at the county level and filter down. If there's something specific to Owen Sound, like idling of vehicles and so on, we can take care of those things in other means. But generally, it affects the whole county.
Go ahead.
I was just conversing with the city manager. So we recognized there were two motions. There were the motion that Richard was referring to, which is how can we meet those UN mission guidelines? We have not responded with an answer to that one yet. That is still in the works. We're going to get that information to you. It's not yet done. What we are saying is that we are going to be able to do that with the resources that we have and with the budget that we have, and that this 105,000 is reallocated in order to accomplish that. And then the motion that Marion is referring to is to let's defer hiring that position until we have more information. And I really do think that's we're sort of looping that back in and today and saying this is our recommendation, this is our more information as to how we plan to move forward that way.
Good.
You don't need anything further from us then today?
No.
Okay.
Not if... The next item seems minor, but it was discussed, and it was mentioned to council that this would come up at budget in order for sort of how it gets incorporated in and give council that opportunity to make that decision. So it is incorporated now, but we have added $10,000 to continue on with a sort of hotspot monitoring program in 2020's budget. And it was noted, as I said, to become a discussion point at budget time. So I wanted to make sure we gave it that slide.
Thanks, Mayor. I had this one just kind of with a light asterisk, noting that we were hiring 2 further police officers, and wondered if there's a little bit of connection to an increased police presence in the community and maybe a lesser need going forward on this.
Go to Tim.
For the mayor to Councillor Gregg. Good observation. So the chief and I have spoken about that. We think that not necessarily in the short-term hiring practice and everything else has to has to happen. But yes, we hope that with more officers on the street, on the beat, that this may not be needed. However, I'd also remind council when we first started to speak about the hotspot, this is not just a city manager or an administrative fund to tap into. If a hotspot arises, that decision is made by council to declare that area. These monies would just be set aside so we don't, I think it's good just budget prudence, financial planning to say we may need some funds. And if we do, we have a fund set aside to tap into.
Brian?
Thank you, Worship. I'd like to see the money stay there just in case sort of thing, but I do want to mention that in the current state, at least we've got an upcoming meeting that mental health are now involved and alcohol and Allison Govier, can't remember what she does. But anyways, they're involved now. They're having a meeting with the neighborhood. So thanks to the city manager, we are making progress in making other things available besides just police. So hopefully we're heading in the right direction, but I'd still rather see that money there just in case.
Before I pass it over to Dennis to present the increased roadside maintenance, and we do have requested or insert 2 full-time employees under Public Works. I do want to add that although this increase is offset by a reduction of 2 part-time staff, that this staff may also assist us in reducing the total cost of park staff in the event that we need to manage our levels into response to COVID. So there is sort of that benefit to having this staff in 2021 as well for that COVID financial impact should we need to utilize them. With that, I'll pass it over to Dennis.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, and through your worship. Can't even read anymore. The big dig was completed nearly 20 years ago. Over the last several years, we've experienced issues involving even concrete sidewalk panels, concrete deterioration, and paving stones settling, which create trip hazards. Some of these issues are expected given the time frame. Some of them aren't. The sidewalk panel heaving was a deficiency in terms of the design and installation. Initially, the hope was to use private sector contractors to deal with the major concrete issues. In 2019, we couldn't find any contractors prepared to do the work. In 2020, we had one of our local contractors prepared to do the work, but his subcontractor kept postponing the work because they were getting more lucrative contracts and it wasn't worth their while to come to Owen Sound to do this work for the city. Finally, we had to have our own city forces complete the work. What we are proposing is retaining 2 seasonal laborers used for winter control and have them dedicated or keeping them full-time and having dedicated to do surface work within the downtown core, including sidewalk, concrete repairs, and leveling paving stones. The high-level impact would be an increase of approximately $110,000 in salary and wages and about $20,000 in material cost. The benefits of doing so will include making repairs in a timely manner. We should be able to complete any repairs on the even sidewalk within 10 days, knowing that about 5 or 6 of those days will be just getting locates done for that work. Working with businesses and shop owners in the downtown to make sure work is done with minimal impact on their operating hours and saving anywhere from $6 to $8 an hour on an hourly rate for our laborers. By doing this work in-house, the city would save approximately $50,000 a year just on the surfacing work. However, there are some expenses related to this transitioning, including paying a slightly higher hourly rate for staff during winter controlling for having them for a few extra weeks each year. So the net benefit to the city would be about $30,000 a year. Really, the biggest issue here is as time goes on and facilities and structures and surfacing work gets older, you require more maintenance. Usually when you start off, you're expected to pay about 2% based on the initial capital cost. And as time grows, it usually increases to about 4%. What this will do is actually create another investment in our downtown core to make sure that we have a serviceable area, a well-maintained area. And as time goes on, we'll also be increasing the area in terms of how we refinish the downtown river precinct around the bridge And we expect that these individuals will be extremely busy for quite some time. And as we move towards the future, as the city grows, we'll be getting ahead of ourselves in terms of, or getting ahead of these issues. They won't be so numerous. And eventually that staff can be reallocated to help with the increasing size of our city. So we're hoping that the council agrees to what we're proposing.
Going to go to Pam next.
Your worship, I just want to add to Mr. Kefalis's comments a note out of the Chris Hughes study from this weekend. It was presented in draft form to the DIA, and they noted a disconnect between the beautification efforts downtown and the maintenance. And I think this item will really help bring those two things into synchronicity with each other.
Thanks. John, I think.
I don't have a word like synchronicity, but I support Pam on the aesthetics. I'd like to speak from my past experience in my previous field when I had some claims against the city. There's a perception, this also goes to accessibility for downtown. There's a perception out there that somebody breaks their ankle and they won the lottery, and that does happen. More common than you think is a 79-year-old woman or man who's shuffling, can't lift his or her feet as much as maybe some of us, and they go head first and they're in a nursing home with a shattered pelvis and they lose their house and so forth. These are very common events in Ontario. I'm not saying in Owen Sound, but I view this as an accessibility issue as well. The only caveat I would have is when we're asked to hire additional staff like this, Mr. Kefalis, I think it would be great through operations if we could expect perhaps an annual update saying, here's what we've done on 8th Street block, 9th Street block, with pictures. I find the use of pictures to be very useful, and to convince us as a council and the committee that the money has been well spent and that in fact the city has been improved through that. So I don't need to bring a motion for that. I think I'd ask for an undertaking from you to think about an annual report on those improvements. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, it was me, and I was going to speak in my support of this. Actually, it's a privilege being downtown every day, but even the paving stones located right at this intersection here, while the bridge has been out, I've watched ladders come flying off trailers as they hit the little dip before it was repaired. I watched one of our fine police officers pulling our speed sign across and watched half the trailer go airborne and a piece come flying off the trailer and him pull over in front of the market to gather it up. And you look at instances like that and think, if you're somebody driving behind that and you swerve to miss a stepladder into another vehicle, the liability. I was nervous for months to go into Jim Fulford's store and get Jim. I had to check with Dennis every time I went shopping in there. Poor guy had to give me an answer. This is something I support. Even outside of our store, we had a tree cut down on 8th Street, and there's a significant hazard there that people could step in. So these aren't inconsequential, as Mr. Tammings alluded to. So, Carol?
Through your worship to Dennis, are there any funding opportunities through age-friendly communities and initiatives that may assist from the safety perspective, or just to offset some of the expenditures we may be using?
Thank you for the question, Councilor. Honestly, I've never looked into it, but it's something we can look into.
Yes, please.
And just to reiterate something that Councilor Tamming said, this, given our new city manager likes to celebrate our accomplishments, so it's actually given us more of an incentive to actually report back to our different committees, showing them what we have done. Because, like you said, especially when you have a visual presentation, it really helps to understand what we've done over the past year. And we started doing that somewhat in operations for some of our smaller projects, but this would be a big one where we'd identify the issues, break it down on a list of tasks and let council know and the operations committee know exactly what we did every year.
Anyone else? Do we have any idea how many claims are filed against the city for this type of thing per year, and sort of what the average payout would be per claim?
Thank you for that question. I've tried to I talked to our manager of purchasing, and she said it'd be hard to get an actual number, but we do deny quite a few claims. It would definitely reduce the number. She'll eventually, she's when she has time, she'll look into it and find out exactly how many claims are filed. But like she said yesterday, she said she can give us a ballpark number of what the average cost is throughout Ontario on a trip and fall, and she can give us an idea how many claims that that are eventually filed against the city at any given year.
Thank you. Back to you, Kate.
The next item Pam's going to present, the addition of the contract building inspector. And I would just note the last line I added here, so Pam might not have been aware of it, but just reminding council that this is fully funded through the fees collected and there's no impact on the tax levy.
Thanks, Kate. Your worship and council, the past 3 years have really seen unprecedented levels of growth in the city, and we certainly don't anticipate that will be decreasing with what we know that planning and the development team has been working on and council's been approving. So growth has been strong in the residential and commercial sector, as well as ongoing renovations. Building inspection is actually one of those things that the Municipal Act says is a mandatory service provided by the municipality, and there's 9 inspections with each new building permit, and often many more than that. There's also prescribed timelines under the Act for the issuance of permits. So we're proposing to add a contract building inspector for 2021. They would do building inspections as well as plans examination. And as Kate mentioned, the position would be funded through revenues and the reserve.
Thanks.
Pam again, just formalizing the music at the market event.
So last year, we had increased the DRP. We called it a DRP activation, and we had $15,000. We had $15,250 in for a Riverside reunion, and we had a $10,000 increase in Canada Day. So we're proposing to sort of amalgamate those all together. Given our experience this year, we're proposing that we would use $40,000 to plan and deliver a 2021 Music at the Market concert series that would happen in July and August. We wouldn't do the Riverside reunion. I think it's prudent at this point to plan for more smaller type ongoing animations in the downtown core in smaller crowds, but certainly well received.
Thank you, Worship. Obviously, the Music at the Market had some great success in the 2020 year. So I know this is not directly regarding this, my question. Thinking of 2021, I know we're, maybe I'm going to start this argument early again, like we did last year. What's the intentions for Harborfest in 2021? Because, last year we weren't sure what was going to happen, who could be there, how many people could be there. We're no further in any clarity now of what might happen in the spring and summer, besides vaccinations that may be vaccinated by September. So is our intentions to hold that budget amount and just kind of cross our fingers that everyone's vaccinated by the time you do it? Or are we just going to say 2021, maybe you take a break and come back in 2022 when we know we're going to be in good shape?
I wish I had a crystal ball, and I wish I would tell you we'd be in great shape by July. I think the prudent thing to do is continue to budget so that in 2022 there's not a large spike, but that those funds would be really helpful if we're looking for areas where there's going to be savings. But we will, through Community Services Committee, to be bringing you updates on what we think we can hold and what needs to be canceled. I do think the public really appreciated, although it was modified, Harbor Nights and Music at the Market during this year.
Brian?
I think Dr. Ira's projections are herd immunity by 1st of April, worst case, 1st of June, or best case, 1st of June, worst case. That's what he's projecting if all goes well.
That's good. And I hope he's right, but we do know that
the only thing I can't tell you is whether those projections are coming through. He's trying to do the pilot project too, because Chapmans have stepped up for the for the freezer and
Right.
keep the vaccines at that temperature. But that is the intent.
Fingers crossed. We do know the Prime Minister stated that most of the country won't be vaccinated until September. So that's where I'm going to follow. And that's just the information that we have. But anyways, that's not for our discussion. Anyways, sorry, I apologize.
So Aiden's going to talk about the full-time position that she's proposing for the Tom Thompson Art Gallery, and I'll just show you how this one works. This button moves it ahead.
Oh, perfect.
That button moves it back.
That's pretty easy.
It's all sanitized.
Your Worship and members of Council, it's my great privilege to advocate on behalf of the Tom Thompson Art Gallery today for the addition of the permanent position of Assistant Curator. I joined the Tom as the Director and Chief Curator in April this year, as you know. It was in the midst of this most unusual and challenging circumstances defined by this pandemic that we're in. And it continues to test us in new ways each day. Yet despite this, I have found that opportunity often lies in the same pastures as difficulties. And to this end, I've taken the time to really come to know the organization as a whole and to formulate a plan that will carry the gallery into the future by focusing on growth, richness, inclusiveness, inspiration, and caring. The position of Assistant Curator that I'm requesting is required to support these core values, to provide expanded public hours, and to support the achievement of an ambitious exhibition program, collection strategy, curatorial vision, community development, and health and safety coordination for the gallery. The current Tom Thompson Art Gallery staffing model does not meet the needs of the organization and is underdeveloped when compared with other similar public art gallery models. And I will refer you to the business case that I have provided, where I offer some comparable institutions. The staffing model is under-resourced at 5 full-time positions when compared with those other public art galleries in Ontario. And the most comparable institution is the Woodstock Art Gallery, which is a department of their municipality, serves a similar population size, but has a collection that is half the size of the Tom Thompson Art Gallery permanent collection. The assistant curator will fulfill a key role in succession planning, working closely with the curator of collections on matters relating to the administration, care, and curation of the collection. The addition of this position is vital to supporting the gallery's long-term success, and more immediately as we transition to a new staffing model. And I'll also refer you to the business proposal that I have there, where I present the new organizational chart that I will be implementing for the art gallery. The collection is the cornerstone and the foundation of this gallery. It attracts people from across Canada and across the world to Owen Sound. It is indeed one of the city's richest and most valuable and cherished resources. In the coming years, we will be working tirelessly to ensure that the collection is properly cared for, administered, and that we embark on a strategy to guide its growth. We continue to attract highly significant donations of art by important Canadian artists, and we are all excited about the prospect of expanding in this way. The assistant curator position is vital to supporting the processes that ensure proper collection administration. The implementation of the new staffing model proposed within the business case at the art gallery will present a clear and substantive action towards addressing the feedback that we have previously received from the Ontario Arts Council, as we work to offer experiences that are innovative, experiential, and non-traditional to more diverse audiences and which expand beyond the walls of our facility. Prior to the hiring of the director, myself, the gallery had received substantial cuts to funding based on jury assessment, with key feedback items that included programming that was too safe and filling slots in the calendar. And also, they noted that we needed to develop a better relationship with priority groups, and that many of our exhibitions just seemed like one-offs. The curator of public projects and education position, which was formerly the curator of contemporary art role, That's the change that I'm making to this staff position, will enable the gallery to directly address this feedback and to be fundamentally more dynamic and inclusive by designing and delivering projects that are broadly engaging and inherently community-based. Committing our resources to our community and to our public in this way will inject the gallery with a new vitality and presence. The pandemic has taught us that we cannot rely solely on the physical attributes of our spaces, but that we must extend ourselves in new directions, including into digital realms. We must work collaboratively and openly with our community in order to build strong relationships and to find expansion through partnerships that seed into inspiring projects that have a legacy of lasting impact on the people that we serve. And this position is centered on this philosophic approach. The change in focus of this role, so the curator of contemporary art to the curator of public projects and education, represents no change in salary. However, it's only made possible through the addition of the assistant curator position, which will be responsible for ensuring proper art handling and installation practices, including health and safety, undertaking short and long-range planning, and being involved in all aspects of supporting and learning from the curator of collections. The position will also assist with grant writing, fundraising initiatives, and to support broader revenue generation for the gallery. Overall, we're going to evaluate the success of this position and the success of the reorganization by the following measurable objectives. So the expansion of our public hours from 20 to 30 per week, and that will include evening hours as well. The creation of public projects that engage people of diverse backgrounds in our community. The development of a succession plan for the care and development of the collection. Positive feedback from the Ontario Arts Council operating grant jury. Implementation of health and safety practices, and the delivery of new fundraising initiatives and the pursuit of new development opportunities. To come back to where I started my presentation, I had provided a quote for our recent Fill a Cup fundraising campaign. I stated, despite the challenges of this year, we have focused on gratitude for the strength and inspiration of our community, our artists, staff, and the collection. Truly, we see our cup as full, and we're thankful to those who continue to fill it up with their care and support. Today, I'm asking for council to offer some of that care and support to help me fill up Tom's cup to create a new future for the gallery. Tom Thompson once said, "The wave passes, deal with the next one." I'm guided by this, and I'm made hopeful by this. Because when we emerge from this pandemic, we're going to need our artists. They help us to understand our world better. They challenge us to see and to think differently. Creativity is what scientists are relying on to solve this pandemic. I believe that innovation walks hand in hand with art. Art matters. It can change lives. And please help me to build a bright and new future for the Tom Thompson Art Gallery.
Next questions? Go ahead, Travis.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you, Aidan, for making your presentation. I just do have one question on your evaluation. You says expansion of the public hours from 20 to 30 hours per week, which is fantastic. It's an increase of 50%. I guess my question would be, if we're having another new staff member who's going to be working 37 and a half hours a week, why is it only going up by 10 hours?
Their position will be supporting the new role, which is the curator of public projects and education. And that role will be to work outside of our walls. So not just thinking about the hours that we're going to be open in the facility, but the projects that we're going to be doing out in the community. So the time is not just within the facility. We also have to think of it as being outside of the facility. So being involved with other, initiatives and being more collaborative. So if we're working with music festivals or the local Indigenous Center, et cetera, right? That's all public time as well.
Thanks, Rebate. Thanks, Aidan, for being here today. I've got some questions because when I started on council in 2014, the budget gallery is $280,000. And I sat in the committee for a couple months, and perhaps was a little skittish about what I saw. So I phoned a former mayor of Windsor because I was familiar with their art gallery down there, one which was developed and constructed for them by the casino. An art gallery which ran into extreme financial difficulties to the point of bankruptcy. The city came in, bailed them out, leases it back for $1 a year, slashed staff from almost 20 down to 5. I'm looking at their statements currently. I've got a couple questions. This is a gallery that is still open Thursday to Sunday, minimal hours, I think 5 hours a day. How do we compare to Windsor? And a couple of my direct questions are, what are the grants that we get? And I guess just from their financial statements, they've got assets of 8.8 million and the collection insured at 30 million. What do we get for a grant currently from the Ontario Arts Council?
It is roughly $55,000.
And the Canada Council for the Arts?
Is 70.
I just have a hard time during COVID seeing why we're looking at expanding the hours. What's occurred now I was there when the minister was there in the summer and there was a terrific lineup of people waiting to come in. But that's the summer. What's occurred since September till this point in December where we're seeing the foot traffic and the need to expand these hours at this time?
I think it really comes back to my vision for the gallery and achieving that. And I want the gallery to be much more expansive and inclusive in its programming. As I mentioned, I want to do things with other community organizations and really develop some strong partnerships so that we're not just waiting for people to come in through our doors, but that we're also going out into the community and making the gallery a really vital part of the life of and the culture of Owen Sound. I think that's really an important strategy. And that's where the need comes from. But also when I looked back at the historical staff structure for the gallery, we're at one of the lowest points we have ever been. Okay. So it makes it very difficult for us to grow when we're so focused on trying to achieve what we're doing right now. Okay.
Well, we dug ourselves quite a hole a couple of years ago. And we went from 280 to 282. And then debentured the lost money and made a commitment at that time of $50,000 a year. Actually, we've been allocating a little bit more than $50,000 a year to remedy the situation. How are we spending the difference from 282 plus 50 into 420 into 475 now? So we've got the one allocation for a full-time individual, but what's that other allocation going to since that 282 plus the debt allegation or obligation that we have?
I believe that it would probably be my salary because the position was gapped for 2 years. And I'm sort of looking at John, who's the chair of our committee here.
I can't speak on that one, but we also need to keep in mind that our Ontario Arts Council grant funding has decreased over the past several years as well. And that was because of the situation that we arose in, and it's because of discussions about not meeting the requirements that the Ontario Arts Council is looking for from our board, and that's a discussion we've had in the past. So obviously, when those funds are coming down, our obligation obviously has to increase. So I think what Ian's goal is to get us back in that positive mindset, rebalance both the committee and the direction from the gallery. So that way when the Ontario Arts Council and the Canadian Arts, whatever they're called, look at our applications, they start seeing that we're actually back doing those things that are hitting those parts to jack back up our grant funding. So then Owen Sound's obligation is going to decline again. That's where I've just.
And that's fine, a great answer. And I'll just, so nobody's left hanging, Windsor Arts Council grant is 222 and the Canada Council for the Arts is 206. So we're quite.
Going to go to Richard, I think was next.
Thanks. I think that I'd like to thank you for your presentation and for your vision, Aidan, because it's been a long time since we've had a grand vision for the gallery, but one that's achievable. And that is so important, especially with many of us here who have been here for 6 years and went through the upset of a few years ago. You know, from my perspective, I think that, you know, I don't have any trouble at all supporting this new position. I think that, as I alluded to earlier, in some ways, we work so hard at our fiscal responsibility that we let some of our valuable assets in the city of Owen Sound slide because we've got our eye on the dollar signs. And in the case of the Tom, this is one of the greatest community assets we could ever have. And, you know, very few people look at it that way, though. You know, how much is it costing us? That's the lens through which we look at the gallery. And I think that, you know, if we were to change that lens a little bit and maybe not think about how much it's costing us, but how much it's bringing us and what it can create for our community, we would be a lot further down the road as far as that organization goes. You know, I don't think there's any question in my mind that within the next 5 years, we're going to be expanding that gallery. And all of us around the table here are going to have to start making those decisions soon to get the groundwork laid. It's got to happen. So anyway, I thank you for your presentation. You know, I support the position. I wish we had deep pockets with unlimited resources and we could just give you everything you could ever want. And you too, Chief. I could see you smiling back there. But, you know, within the constraints of what we can do as a community, you know, I think that this is one of our, you know, we always talk about Harrison Park as being the jewel. Well, it is in one aspect, but I got to tell you, the Tom Thomson Gallery on a national scale is also a jewel. Well, thank you.
I don't think we should have budget meetings right before Christmas. I think everyone gets charitable. Tim, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. To council, I just wanted to step in and just make a quick note. Although the discussion is at your table right now, something, Councillor Thomas, you said, yes, we all wish that pockets were deeper. But in preparing the draft budget for council today, as the senior leadership team met, we were very cognizant of what funds, what monies are available. How do we really give value to our taxpayers? So the positions that we put forward with Public Works, the building inspector, et cetera, there were a number of other positions we could have put forward, but we felt as though as a team, this position was very important to come forward now. Aidan and I, and without sounding disparaging at all, council has very much a new oversight of the TOM. It has an advisory committee, very much attuned with what's happening day in, day out. Aidan and I probably talk weekly at least. We meet every 3 weeks outside of the advisory committee meeting to go over reports. Aidan has now started to work on her strategic plan also. So I just wanted to let council know that this wasn't just the TOM coming forward as an independent arm's length group, but this has the support of the senior leadership within the city also to bring this as part of the draft budget to council.
John.
Just as chair of the committee, I just wish to stress, it's a shame that during COVID, there has not been proper receptions, proper greetings that Aidan would normally receive from the community. To meet her is to be reminded of Wayne Ritchie's comments to me when she got hired, and I don't mean to make you blush, but he said, "We have an all-star, John." And everything I've seen indicates that, and I would like to enable this all-star, so to speak. I just wish to echo what the city manager said. I have met at length with Aidan and have repeated it, that any new hires she's going to have to sell me on and the committee. Just because we're a committee doesn't mean we're going to be her cheerleader. I'm convinced that the position is essential, but I can assure people around this table that Aidan knows the history. I'm not going to dwell on it. And things got out of control in terms of staffing and so forth. Every position which this city would support, and I'm sure which a city manager would support, would have to be an essential one, essential to the overall mandate of the institution. And I'm personally convinced that this meets that test. But Aidan is very alive to historical issues, and we're not going to go down certain paths that we went down before.
Carol.
Your Worship, We often hear different agencies and resources come and talk about outreach. What you're describing is a community outreach from the TOM. And to me, it changes the culture. Instead of going to the TOM, we're being with the TOM. So I thank you for that.
The thing that I can add is having hung around the gallery and had a membership for close to 30 years, Brian, me and Days, we had 5 employees. I think 2 of them were part-time. We were raising $20,000 in a night and had 200 people in there easily on a Friday night for a show opening, and we've lost that. We went from 5 employees up to, I think, close to 13, 5 or 6 years ago. So as the pendulum swings one way and swings the other, it's probably swung a little too far, and it's bringing it back to what we kind of need to be able to get 200 people back in for an opening on a Friday night and start to build that community again with new people and various people in our community. So I think it's a good idea. Aidan, I think you cheated by using this painting as your painting because it is my favorite Thompson for a whole bunch of reasons. But I won't go into it. It'll take me an hour. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, councillors, for your comments. I really appreciate them. As a side note, that is going to be on my business card because I love the sun through the trees. That's a sign of hope. Thank you.
Wash all the COVID off.
All right, so in summary, our service level changes that we propose today would involve adding 3 full-time employees and 1 contract position. We can break now or we can keep going, and I do think we're on track to wrap things up within the next 30 to 45 minutes if you want to just keep plugging through.
Apparently a bladder break for 5 to 6 minutes. Okay, if we can come back to order, Kate, with the show.
We have an unscheduled presentation. Sorry, I had told Tim from the library that we would be looking at his budget right after lunch, but then we squeezed it in right before lunch. And so he showed up after lunch and we had gone right over it. So Tim has 2 minutes to speak to you about the library and then we'll jump back in.
Not 2.5 minutes?
Not 2.5 minutes, just 2.
Not 3. It'll probably go faster without Richard in the room, won't it, Tim? Oh, darn. Welcome.
Thank you, Your Worship, Council. Earlier in the presentation, you would have seen some of the information about how the library is responding to COVID. I understand that the budget discussion went through okay. And as you could tell, we were asking for a year-over-year increase of $6,500 and something. That was the difference from the previous year for this council. It actually is a bit more for some of our smaller municipalities. And this gives me just a short opportunity to explain. That's because we calculate the costs based on a 3-year rolling average of membership. And our membership down in Owen Sound is down significantly at this point. And that's part of what's happening with COVID. We're seeing about 25% of our visits month over month right now and circulating about 70% of our material. So people are coming, but they're coming less often. But a number of people have not renewed their cards, and that's something that we do.
Participant has joined the meeting.
Hi. So what that means is that we're going to be conducting a campaign next year and reaching out to members that cards have lapsed and trying to get that back and help build that confidence for coming back to the library and being in the library building. And that's really why it gives opportunity, if I could indulge you, just to tell you about some of the changes that we have been doing as far as COVID in the meantime. The year has been very challenging for many people. We're pleased the library has been able to modify and adapt our services to continue to support our community's educational, employment, and entertainment needs. We extend sincere appreciation to our library patrons for understanding and supporting our efforts to keep everyone as safe as possible. We thank our wonderful staff for their dedication and commitment to public service, and we thank the City of Owen Sound for their support and assistance. Some highlights over this past time have including developing and initiating appropriate COVID-19 guidelines and procedures with the help of the City of Owen Sound and public health staff to limit the risk for our staff and the public. We designed and developed and implemented curbside pickup while the building was closed. We loaned our 3D printers to NPX Innovation in Kincardine so that PPEs could be made for health workers and others in our communities. We initiated a silver service on Thursdays from 10 until 12 so that older adults might feel more confident visiting the library. We initiated a number of activities with the schools called our Library to School program, and that allows teachers and students during COVID to have virtual class visits and also to take out class sets of materials to assist the students. We launched our Visit the Library Leave with a Smile program to provide buttons for library members in the community that are wearing a mask in their day-to-day work. We promoted our online resources so that people would be aware of the various activities and educational entertainment resources that are available through the library and not necessarily accessible to people unless they have a library card. We launched Press Reader, our new online resource of over 7,000 newspapers and magazines from around the world. We expanded our OSN GPL UPL YouTube channel to include a plethora of activities. If you go to that site, you'll be amazed at how much programming we're delivering online. We added digital content to our Facebook page. We transitioned our quarterly newsletter to monthly to keep our public up to date and manage the ongoing changes. We developed a specific blog to highlight youth services and the activities that are happening there. We set up Zoom accounts and transitioned to delivering a number of programs online, including our Owen Sound Mini Comic-Con, story tents, ukulele jams, our Gravers Youth Film Festival screening, adult and youth crafts, infant and toddler story times, library website tutorials on using our online resources, our Me and White Supremacy Book Club, the poetry readings with our Poet Laureate, a book launch of past Poet Laureate Liz Zetlin's new book, Prompted by Happiness, virtual author visits, and our Cozy Kids and Caregivers Book Club. So all of that activity has been going online on Zoom. We loaned out our book clubs in a bag kit, created craft kits for children and adults that can be picked up at the library. We created Storytime to Go kits. We initiated the Cozy Kids and Caregivers Book Club, developed a Chromebook program with thanks to the United Way, Bruce Gray, and the Community Foundation, providing financial assist through the Emergency Community Support Fund. And we launched a number of initiatives with our Poet Laureate, including our Poem of the Week and our Practice in Poetry video tutorial sessions that he's doing. That's a good snapshot of what has been happening and how we're trying to do our best to meet the community's needs and continue to expand and develop our services for next year. Thank you.
That's great. You got her done in 2 minutes. Now, lots of information. I can't believe the number of programs you're running. That's pretty impressive. Good. Carol?
Just a quick question. COVID has made a lot of organizations pivot, and congratulations on how you've pivoted. You mentioned several times about the hard copy coming into the library for a card. Have you ever considered, as more people become used to using online services, a virtual library card option or an app? And is that something that a grant might be available to the library to do?
So we are providing it, through the mayor, Councillor Martin, I apologize. We are providing it electronically now. So if somebody wants a card, they can send an email. We respond, we send the information for them and they fill it out. We send it back and then we need to verify their address because as you know, the different municipalities pay for it. So we ask them to send us verification. And that tends to be something that Like we don't want them to send their driver's license per se or that type of thing, but a snapshot, a screen capture of their phone bill on from their phone or those type of things that we can use to prove their address and then follow up further if need be when they actually come into the library. So that is happening. What we do need to do is capture the people who have had cards that don't realize because they regularly come into the library and it gets renewed when they're there, that they have to renew their cards. So that's the challenge.
John?
Two quick questions, Tim. First of all, I think what Councillor Merton may be saying is, can you flash this at the library yet and just sort of do this and check out books?
Yes and no.
Okay, this being an iPhone.
But can I just for a second explain? We do have a process where you can take your library card and put it on your phone and use it that way.
Okay.
But we're also working right now with two different services. We have a phone app that you'll be able to use on your phone to access library services. That'll be coming up next year. And we also have developed with a company as part of our self-checkout that you'll actually be able to walk around with your phone. And if you want, sign a book out. You just put the book up, sign it out, and then you'll walk. And because it's been signed out, you'll be able to take off the security system at a stand and leave the library.
And Bob's your uncle. Excellent.
Yeah.
The next question. I drove by Meaford the other day. Wow. What a library. And I haven't been on your committee for quite a while. Is everything good with Meaford still? Like are all the member municipalities, are there any, is the contract good for another few years? Just if you could update us. I thought maybe they'd want to pay for their building somehow. So
through the mayor to Councillor Tamming, you ask a difficult question because the contract's going great, but it's up next year. So we will be negotiating a new contract with the municipalities, with yourselves, and with the Meaford Public Library. The Meaford Public Library's contract is actually for 3 more years, so we have a window. And right now, we have a fabulous relationship with the other library. Our staff have been over to tour last week. Our board members are going in the next few weeks. It's at a great spot. I really have to say their board and their staff have worked really well with us, and it's great for the community and especially for the overlap, those citizens of either community who identify and want to be able to access the service. Thank you.
Thanks, Tim. And sorry, I should have made sure that we had time set aside. Certainly good to have Aiden and Tim and the police chief here, because those are sort of the budgets that we don't work with every day, but to have that opportunity to understand they are part of the overall picture. So the next slide is about user fees and charges. So as noted in earlier slides, we're not adjusting the budget for increasing user fees or new user fees, such as the airport landing fee, even though we do plan to implement them. And that is creating a little bit of that buffer room, a contingency for COVID. And also it gives us, it's a nice opportunity too, because it gives us sort of that chance to get a sense of what the actual revenue will be, and then ultimately incorporate it into the 2022 budget rather than just a hopeful guess and then trying to meet that. Increases in new fees will, a full review of user fees and charges will take place in the spring, as it typically does when we do our fees and user charges study, and that's when we look at our sort of annual increments. That being said, if you wanted to discuss user fees, now would be a good time.
Anyone here that wants to discuss user fees?
Funny guys. Okay, I've got a couple of things here. I threw this out in the previous term, never ever put a motion on the floor, didn't really get any legs to it, but I want to talk about non-resident fees for parking. I noticed that in the Sun Times yesterday or the day before that Meaford has now done this, and the reason I talk about it is because it's been a long time thorn in my side that we have people outside our municipality paying less taxes and using everything in Owen Sound for free. And so I put together a motion to at least get a report so we can at some time make a decision on the pros and the cons of the idea. So the motion is, I move that staff do a study and bring back a report on non-resident fees for parking in the following areas: Bayshore Community Center, Rec Center, Harrison Park, Kelso Beach, or others recommended by staff. The study should include ways to deal with contracts such as Family Y, One Sound Attack, Harrison Park Inn, and Summerfolk. We should consider options for fees to park, yearly passes, startup costs, and revenue projections, as well as recommendations on what the revenue should go towards. And so just to let you know, it's not really specific, and I did that on purpose. I think it's, I have talked to Tim preliminary, and he has indicated that, you know, he has some things lined up to look into it if that's council's wish. So I think it's at least time that we look into this and see what we can come up with.
There you go. Other councillors, comments? Go ahead.
I'd certainly support the motion. I mean, even here this morning, speaking with the police chief about the increase in population in Owen Sound on a daily basis that's putting a strain on our policing services. Those people are coming from right around the corner. So I think it's important to look at ways and for us to defray some of the costs of providing all these services.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Is there anything else?
Thank you, Your Worship. I kind of have a second thought on bag tags. So I thought about this, and it's kind of bothering me that we know that when this contract comes up, we're going to get hit. So I think council needs to make a decision that, are we going to be responsible and understand that now and at least raise the fees to $275 so that, like, who knows, maybe in 3 years, someone's going to say, hey, look what council did in 2020. They put those prices up and we've got this money to put against the increases that we're facing. So I think I'll move that we raise the bag tag prices from $250 to $275, which is our break-even point. Thank you, Worship. Oh, and could I have a recorded vote?
Go ahead, Travis.
Thank you, Worship. I guess that question would jump over to Dennis. Dennis, you did say that you were prepared to report prior to COVID that you were going to present to committee regarding some different options. Were you planning to present that in Q1 of 2021, or was that scheduled for later on in the year? Because I think that will give us a good indication of what our future responsibility or future movements are going to be on bag tags.
Mr. Capalis?
Ideally, I was hoping to bring it back for sure in like probably the first meeting in January, if not February. However, I know that Councillor Tammy, well, sorry, through your worship, Councillor Tammy wants to bring up the subject on Tuesday during operations. Just talking to the city manager, I mean, we're looking at maybe doing a waste study as well to see what our options are going forward and how we might, the different service levels for different things. So I think part of the discussion is we could come back to council and say, here's what we'll look at as part of this report and just revise what we're doing. If we're going to include some other initiatives, you know, one might be anticipating increased costs associated with the new contract in 2023. It can include the study, it can include, you know, source separated organics and that sort of thing, and see what we want the bag tags to cover in terms of future endeavors.
So thank you. So with that information, I agree with that we need to be cost neutral on the event, but I think there's a lot of information that Mr. Kafalis is going to be presenting in the near future, so I won't support that motion today to increase until we get the further report from the director about some of the situations that we're going to be facing in the next year anyways. So.
Just going to update. Councillor Hamley has returned from an appointment on the floor. Deputy Mayor O'Leary has moved that we increase bag tags from 250 to 275 and has asked for recorded votes. That's what we're discussing. Others. Richard, go ahead.
I'm going to bring motion to delay that until such time as the Operations Committee reports to Council.
Okay, so now there's a motion on the floor to delay. So we're speaking to the delay of speaking. Anyone?
Can I withdraw the original motion? Would that make it easier? I mean, if like as long as we're going to address it, it doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, I just, if we're going to have, I had no idea that Councillor Tammy had something that he's got coming up at operations. I mean, it really doesn't matter to me. So why don't we let that go through, whatever it is he's doing? Mr. Kapelis can come back with a report, including whatever Councillor Tammy did, and then we'll deal with it at that time. I'm fine with that. So will I just put the fire out if I withdraw the motion? Okay, sorry about that, Council. Just a little bump in the road there.
And
Gives me time to think about something. So.
And therefore, Councillor Thomas is withdrawing his motion to whatever, adjourn the motion that we're not. That's
Well,
not
what if I didn't withdraw my, yes.
I don't know.
I'll definitely withdraw mine as well.
Then all the pressure's on Brianna, not on me. So that is withdrawn, and we can keep moving. Deputy Mayor O'Leary, were there any other fees that you want to discuss at this time?
I think that's enough. Thanks.
Anyone else want to discuss fees? Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a comment. I see a lot of negative results from people using the airport on us putting in the landing fee. And I just have a little bit of concern in that regard because I'm not hearing from the other side of the fence. Quickly. No question, just a comment.
So we're just going to loop back around to capital and fleet. This incorporates certainly that capital program that we discussed, but a couple other items that show up in the operating budget that are sort of capital related. So I've grouped them all together. Fleet costs. So the city insures 74 licensed vehicles. This does include police vehicles, as well as a significant amount of unlicensed machinery and equipment. Our total fleet costs annually, this part does not include police, are just over $1 million. And so that would include maintenance and fuel. In addition, within each department that has fleet assets, there are budgeted transfers to reserves to fund the future replacement of every fleet asset. So when we buy a fleet asset, we don't put that on the tax levy. It is funded from the reserve, but the actual funding of the reserve is done through the operating budget. Every year, that operating budget transfer to the fleet reserves is $828,000 currently. They currently have a balance of $1.3 million, so we don't maintain a significant amount of cash when you figure how much we're spending every year and how much we have in fleet. And for 2021, the anticipated fleet purchases are $944,000. This does include the sweeper that was motioned at the last meeting. However, the majority of these costs are for major equipment purchases and not light duty trucks. So these are things like tractors, 6-ton sidewalk maintenance machines and things like that. The fleet replacement schedules were provided as an appendix to the budget. Department and when the anticipated replacement dates are. Those replacement dates can fluctuate by 1 or 2 years on either side, but as long as it's within that ballpark, the fleet's reserves are funded to make those commitments.
Sorry, Kate. I just know Chief Barfoot's been sitting here all day and he hasn't said anything, so we haven't given him the opportunity. So I want to make you feel included as well. I know in that appendix you've discussed about the fleet schedule, and I know in past discussions and past budgets about those obligations, noting that we're going to have a few large purchases in the near future. Well, I guess this one always says we only have one in 2021 and 2025. So are we, I thought we were going to be in a huge deficit for.
If you notice, it is actually opening in a deficit position.
Oh, okay, yeah.
And we're going to be recovering that over a period of time and slowly building it back up. And certainly there are fewer and more spread out purchases when you look at our fire fleet. But when we replace a fire truck, whether it's every 20 years, those are significant costs. So we pretty much drain that reserve every time we make a major purchase.
Okay, sorry, thank you.
Thank you. Through you to the director. So there's no growth related costs that we could use towards the fire trucks purchase?
A growth related, so when we're replacing.
Development charges?
When we're replacing an existing asset to service the existing population that we've already had, development charges would not apply. That being said, I believe our development charges study does anticipate a new factor. So if and when we grow to the point that we have to increase our total fleet size, that's when we can pull in those development charges in order to fund the new assets that are required to sustain and facilitate growth.
So even the sweeper that we need, the additional sweeper, that can't be used from growth related?
It is a replacement of an existing sweeper.
I just had a quick question on the renovations at the fire hall. I brought this up before, but I don't know when we're hiring our next firefighter, but if the next firefighter we hire is a woman, we don't have the facilities, and I'm just wondering, where are we at with those renovations to get to that point?
Through the mayor to Deputy Mayor O'Leary. We have done some high-level estimates on renovation of the fire hall. Those have not been brought forward in this budget. We'd look to bring those capital improvements or renovations forward for the 2022 budget and those capital line items. But if the chief wanted to speak more to it, I'd invite him to offer anything else.
Through your worship, I guess the only comment that I could state is the fact that we have recognized this, and it is going to be a big budget item, and we are working towards it. So the next hire comes up, and again, if it is in the position that we need to do something, we do have a plan in place, but it will have to be done. So, but again, it is a recognized issue that we are looking into.
So are you going to be in a hiring position in 2021? Like, is there anybody retiring?
We don't anticipate anything right now, and we don't see anything coming down the pipe where we feel it's, but again, that could change tomorrow. So I really can't say for sure.
All right, thank you.
So we do have the dedicated 1% increase to our capital budget that was presented at capital time, and that was $300,000. That capital program remains as it was presented. There is one item that was, I believe, a motion from that meeting that we're sort of following up on now, and our Dennis will speak to this, is the East 26th Street East chip sealing potential project that I believe Scott Gregg made a motion on.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, and through your worship. I did send around a revised slide regarding this project. I was working with two different numbers. My original number for the actual chip sealing was about $9 per square meter. One of our consultants provided some information earlier this morning at $6.50. So that number now is about $160,770 or something to that effect, and the bottom number is about $42,000. So what this would entail is actually chip sealing the 26th Street East. Chip seal is the method of where you spread oil on the surface and then just add chips to it and you brush them off. And it does hold up pretty well in a more of a traveling section of road. It doesn't hold up well at the intersections or anywhere where you do what I call a cold turn, where you come to a stop, you crank your wheels, it'll just tear the crap out of it. So part of the estimate includes like the intersections, doing aprons, asphalt aprons, to help ensure you don't tear those areas up when you're driving along and stopping and turning. So as you can see, it is hot mix asphalt. What we're looking at doing is possibly doing that stretch from 9th to 28th, which would be about $160,000. The engineering, small, we do always need a contingency above 10%. Engineering is 6%. The engineering would be more for actually laying it out to make sure we got a crown on the road and grades, not so much a design, because it's pretty simple. Chip seal, you just grade the road and you bring in the oil and then the chips. There are a couple of soft spots along that road that we have to deal with every spring that we get our grader out there to dig up and try and redo. And then it would just make sense if we were doing that to actually extend the chip seal from the intersection of 28th to 26th all the way to where the asphalt stops, just I guess south of the compost site. So that's why you'll see that other little section of road will be in the $42,000 range. So these are options for consideration. And in this circumstances, it's probably a viable option as opposed to going hot mix asphalt all the way.
Go ahead.
Is there an option that you're recommending, Dennis?
No, we just brought these forward. This is for your consideration. I think Councillor Gregg wanted us to explore this option of what it would cost and bring it forward to council. We don't have a budget for it. It would have to come out of our road resurfacing budget to do it. So I think we had, I want to say $800,000-ish, $7. So if we did do this, then we'd be subtracting roughly $200,000 from the hot mix asphalt budget.
So maybe to Councillor Gregg, I can't remember the number that you referenced that we spend on grading and stuff like that. What was that number?
Well, I'll provide a little bit of background for those not familiar or cannot recall the report. But report 19115 went through corporate services, was an asset management update. And in it, it provided information that we expend $48,975 to maintain 2.1 kilometers of gravel, dust suppressant, and grading per year.
Okay, so knowing that, I'm not exactly sure that any of these options are worth us trying. Because this is, how long is the stretch from 26th or from 9th, 26th from 9th to east to the 28th Avenue East, the one that's 200, that's.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through Your Worship, I think it's between, it's 1.7, like 1.67 kilometers.
Right, so we're spending 40 something on 2.7 kilometers, and we're proposing to spend 202 on 1.7 kilometers. Or 202,000, yeah.
If I could respond, anytime that I might be able to take a look at something in your operational budget and I can essentially give you a return on investment in 5 years, is what this revised would indicate, I think it would warrant really close consideration, because moving forward, as that report in the asset management program laid out, you're expending almost $50,000, and with inflation, you will be spending north of $50,000 per year on gravel road maintenance, dust suppressant, and grading. So you've got the ability here, and the consideration is spend some money now and align it with a necessary road detour. And anytime you do road reconstruction, you have to consider the detours as part of that construction project, just like we did with 10th Street Bridge, and we expended funds on resurfacing 9th Street and 8th Street and waterproofing the bridge. These are part of your considerations. In this instance, particularly 28th Avenue, is a return perhaps in 2 years on the operational expenditure there. 26th Street is more than I would have hoped for, but the revision is significantly less and caused me reason to look at it. Whereas this morning I was thinking, that's a lot. But as Councillor or Deputy Mayor O'Leary mentioned, there is even some locations in the asphalt paving mix that were not indicated, but kind of put on the list. So around Harrison Field was one of them. Questionable projects for sure. And I think this warrants some really close consideration, particularly 28th Avenue East at $42,000. I'll listen to some other comments before I make a motion.
I'm going to go to Dennis first.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks for indulging me. Just to be fair to both councillors, maybe this is something, and we have a motion that operations or comes back through operations, more of a business case to say, here's what the cost will be, because there'll be some additional maintenance costs associated with chip seal. And then again, we can show the business cases and what the payback is on this sort of thing, and return of investment, I should say. And hopefully we could have that back. You know, what we can do is we can have something back, say, if not January, February for sure. Still in time, even if we go out for tender for the paving, we can always adjust those numbers before we actually award any contracts. If council does make a decision to change their minds and consider doing the chip seal on this section of road. And in this way, you'd have something to that you can actually consider with looking at both aspects and the return on investment, because I think that's what everyone wants to see. What would be return on investment, how we reduce maintenance, and where we'd be, say, at a 5-year period, and how much money the city potentially could save if we did chip seal it and avoided some of the annual O&M costs associated with these sections of roads.
Just before I go to Travis, so this is not in the budget, so if we're to do it in 2021, it means we're doing this in priority over other roads that we would have intended to pave. Have I got that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Trav?
That gives a little clarity, because I'll be honest, I'm not following any of this conversation. So I'm happy to hear that Dennis is recommending to bring it in a report, because we're all throwing a lot of things out here, and so I'd much rather see the report than to run off that.
So do you want to move that asking for the report, Scott?
Sure, I'd move that this be further to operations for consideration in 2021, January, February, previous to the road reconstruction occurring on East Bayshore.
Okay. Everyone understands the motion? Any further discussion needed? Seeing none, all in favor? That is carried. Good, thanks.
The next item is a reserve contribution to address, I would say, the impacts of climate change, stormwater, and specifically the catchment area on the east side of the city. This is a $50,000 contribution to reserves. This contribution was made in 2020, and it was in the capital budget. We've moved the reserve contribution to the operating budget, as that is where it is more appropriately housed. Stormwater remains one of our most underfunded assets. Since it's underground infrastructure, we often, or mostly underground infrastructure, we often group it with water and wastewater capital. However, the rates collected from those services are not able to be used for stormwater. And currently, other than the tax levy, there's no dedicated fund for stormwater. So some municipalities have a stormwater rate. We do not employ one of those. So currently this will allow us to start building up a stormwater reserve so that when we undertake those stormwater management capital projects, we'll have this to draw on. And I think Dennis had something prepared for this too, or?
How much time do I have? In context, like especially with the reinvestment and the reprioritization of roads, what I can say is our road programs are strong. Wastewater, strong. Water is strong. Stormwater, not so much. And it's really higher priorities that we've had to deal with the last few years, and now we have to start investing in stormwater, looking at our options. We have all these reports done, but we don't have a plan that's actually, here's what we're going to do and how do we address it. We have the Geneva report that we dealt with that identified everything on the east side of the city, especially through the industrial zone. We did a major investment in the stormwater management pond for Kenny Drain. There's other projects that still have to be done in order to make that as efficient as possible, to achieve the efficiencies that we expected from that project. We are achieving some efficiencies, but not at 100%. We have another report talking about the 17th Street East catchment area. We've identified the underground infrastructure has to be replaced, but there will be a need for a stormwater management pond in this area. When we talk about a stormwater management pond in an industrial area versus one that's in a predominantly business, commercial / residential area, two different beasts. That one it retains water. When you talk about an area like this, you're looking at a stormwater management pond that's actually resembles more of a park than a pond, because it's in such a significant area. You want to be able to use it as you want to have people actually not just corner off a big area where you put a pond, but you want to be able to people to use it on a day-to-day basis, especially even if it's close proximity of our trail system that runs on the east side. It does require more thought and a little more investment. So this is a start, and I think as we deal with the 10th Street Bridge, we finish with East Bayshore, then we're this going into 2021 is when we start developing a plan, how we proceed with our stormwater management, and there's different options on how we can pay for these investments. And it's also to try and be ready for potential funding opportunities from the province and have projects ready to go so that we can say we're ready to go and take advantage of those funding opportunities.
Seeing none, you answered them.
The next one is minimal. The next one is minimal, but it does formalize a program in our operating budget that has been around for a while now. This is the backflow protection program. The annual budget of $10,000 represents somewhere of an average of the amount that we rebate back to property owners historically. It covers the installation of a sump pump reimbursement up to the maximum of $3,000, the installation of a backwater valve on sanitary service up to $750. So basically the ratepayer or the property owner does the work with a licensed plumber. They bring us their official receipt and then we rebate them based on this program. And so it just ensures the ongoing continuation of this program every year rather than having to sort of fight for those dollars in the capital and not being certain as to whether or not it will go forward. And then finally, the other item here is actually a savings that we've attributed to capital, but it is the debenture for the electrical upgrades and the water upgrades that we did in the campground. Ultimately, we just combine that in with the total debenture for City Hall for the sake of having fewer debentures. So it's not really a savings. There is a slight increase in cost, although that financing rate is very low. That increase in cost is minimal, but it does extend the payment period a little bit longer. And as a result, the monthly or the annual payment is less. So we're recovering those dollars and crediting them back to the capital program. So in summary, we have our total 2021 budget. $2021 tax levy up to $31,650,000. This slide is provided in your budget book, although it's sort of laid out on a horizontal, but it's just saying for every dollar you pay on your tax bill. So this isn't just your municipal levy, but this is every dollar you pay through your tax bill, where it gets allocated to. So we have included in here that 9 cents of every dollar is going to the province for education. We've allocated 19 cents of every dollar to County of Grey. That's for their capital. So it captures both. And then what the breakdown in a sort of in cents would be to each of those major sort of strategic objectives or functional areas. Ensuring safety, 32 cents. Into our capital program. And we say 18 cents goes into capital. That includes not only our current year capital, but also debenture payments on historical years capital, transfers that we're setting aside for future years. So that's sort of all of the capital combined. And we already presented this slide earlier, but just for a recap, for the average taxpayer, we're estimating a 1.9% increase. And if our estimates are close, that would work out to be about $6 a month. And certainly when we have all of the information in January, we'll be able to refine what that number is more likely to look like, as well as what our average assessment is for 2021. And then I'll just jump ahead before we get to questions as to our next steps. So we already have our public meeting and final budget presentation planned for January 18th. That's as part of a regular council meeting. Our budget bylaw will come forward following that on February 8th. And then we start to get into the next year in our regular process. So we having a significant impact, those reports will be more frequent. We have our 2020 year-end financial report, so that would be expected in March. We'll bring forward our 2021 tax policy framework in April for the tax bills that go out in June. And then we'll start this process all over again in May when we start another call to budget, and which will look similar to the one that we had last year, but I expect it to evolve a bit as we work with the department from strategic initiatives and incorporate some of the information that we gain from any community engagement. So it gets confusing there when we're dealing with 3 years all at the same time, but it's the best time of the year.
Okay. Any other questions for Kate before she bills? Scott, go ahead.
This time, it's not a question for Kate, it's for council's consideration. But when I look back on the last year, being 2020, what it was, and the impacts that it's had across the organization and the impact that it's having going forward across the organization, I also, in considering how we've revised the committee structure a little bit at this time, even heck, from 6 years ago, we used to have bylaw met Wednesday mornings at 9, and there was a fire committee through the day, and there was many more committees that we were attending through our schedules. That's changed. We, as a council, approved a change for 2021 economic development. It will be bi-monthly. DIA will be bi-monthly. The amount of consideration that we can all do may be equal. However, the actual time commitment of us being away from our jobs through the day is different. I think anyone would struggle to argue against that. It has changed. We sit as a council in the evenings, not in Wednesday afternoons, not in Tuesday afternoons, where our ability to earn income outside of council is impacted, which is, if that's the case, you need to be justifiably reimbursed if your time's at a much higher standard outside of council, which for many people it is. But we're here on Monday nights, largely. So I look back in 2020 and 2021, and I just think that as a council, we have the ability to demonstrate a little bit of financial belt tightening, even at the board level. What I'm proposing is a wage freeze for 2021 for council's remuneration. My actual motion that I'll put out there for consideration is significant on the community financially and causing economic contraction, and reflecting changes to the council and committee schedules, and to display leadership on the economy and pillar and finance. What do we have? Financial pillar of the strategic plan that City Council incorporate a wage freeze for the mayor and council for 2021.
Yes, that's a motion discussion. Travis?
So I know we can't discuss things that are regarding union negotiations because that was in a closed discussion, but just for clarity, we normally are matched by the non-union increase. So I just wanted to clarify that. That's correct?
That is correct, and we would not bring that forward to council until following our union negotiations, but currently the budget estimates 1.5%.
We've also in the past had a committee review each term council remuneration compared to other municipalities, et cetera.
And I would just make one comment on that. So we do aim to do that every term and ahead of the incoming council, well ahead of the incoming council in the election. Any year that you forego an increase or actually implement a decrease, if you intend to pick that back up again the following year, it does sort of have that double effect, because not only do you have to catch up in that year from where you fell behind, but you're also capturing the current year increase. So in some cases, while it appears to be a savings, it's more of a deferral and shifting that burden onto the future taxpayer, the taxpayer of that future year. And depending on what happens with the remuneration committee, if they were to come up with an increase for the next term of council, it would be an increase plus the cost of the year foregone, I would say, that you'd have to take on at once.
Deputy Mayor O'Leary?
So that's kind of what I was wondering. Like, I just hate to think back of what we went through in our previous term of the catch up. Like, it's kind of embarrassing as a council that, you know, we were so far away from everybody else. But if we're going to take wage freeze and then it will double, like you said. I mean, I don't know whether, you know, you might be sending a good message now, but I don't know what the message is later. I'm just wondering if there's another way we can do it. Whatever that 1.5% is, can we all make a donation to a charity or something? I don't know. I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay, any further discussion? Richard, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I'd agree with that. I mean, there's nothing better than a surprise motion at the end of the day. Councillor Gregg, thanks. You know, it's nice to have a little time to think about these things before we actually vote. And that brings me to my point that the whole goal of council prior to 2014, bringing in the remuneration committee as a more formal part of its operation was to take wages out of the political sphere. Because for many, many years, there was never a council that would vote itself a pay increase, because who would? I mean, but as a result, council after council after council fell behind what even a reasonable person would consider to be a minimal amount to do a job that is generally thankless. So, I mean, like, I get where you're going. I certainly like Councillor O'Leary's idea a little bit better. Let council deal with it in its own way, but if we're going to start monkeying with the wages again, let's forget about the remuneration committee. Let's turn it back into a political football and see where we end up in a few years.
Go ahead, and then I'm going to call the question.
And if I could just wrap, I mean, ultimately, their remuneration committee, they make a recommendation to council to accept it. They could come in at 20% increase. They could come in at negative 10% increase. Council is the ultimate decision maker. It's a recommendation that can come from the remuneration committee, but council ultimately makes the decision. You could give yourself a 25% increase. You could be like the former mayor of Miami and slash your wage 50%. It's council's decision. I appreciate the comment, Councillor Thomas. This is what I'm looking for. I don't want to have the discussion and the debate outside of council. This is why we're here, is to have it on the floor and to have an open discussion on the motion and the merits or the not merits of it. So that's where I'm at.
Councillor Tamming.
No, Your Worship, you said you're going to call the vote. I'll retract my comment.
Okay, good. Call the vote. All in favor? 1, 2, 3. Opposed? Oh, wait a minute. Somebody went up late there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. So I'm breaking the tie. I'm opposed.
As a follow-up, Deputy Mayor O'Leary did make a good point. Same with Councillor Gregg. Maybe that is something that we should be looking as a group, is to do a charitable donation in the 2021 year. That's up to us personally. Doesn't have to be council directed, but if that is something that we're considering about giving back into the community with not having large impacts to future budgets to ensure that future councils aren't being short-handed, then I'd be more than willing to work with anybody to do a formal donation to the community.
In fact, Your Worship, sorry, I will circulate 3 proposed charities by email to the councillors, and we can have a go at that. I think it's a great idea.
I'm going to speak dead against that for the simple reason. And John, I know what you donate a year is substantial. I make donations to charities every year, and that's my private business. I'm not going to publicize in this room or anywhere else how much or to who I donate to, and I just don't think it's appropriate for any of us to, just because we're elected publicly, that we get into making public statements about our private decisions. And just from my point of view, I encourage everyone to make the donations that they want to make And if you want to publicize it yourself, please go ahead. But I'm going to choose my own charities, and I'm going to do it my own way. So with that, I think we've done all the questions. We've done all the wrap up. Kate and Brock.
Well, I was just going to maybe make a recommendation. If anybody has any comments to make about the capital budget, maybe we try and get it done today so that we don't have anything tomorrow. I was just maybe throwing that idea out there.
Yes, sorry, I can go back to that slide. When we talked about the stone chip and tar, I should have alluded to, if anyone else has a comment, now is a good time as well.
Just looking at the agenda here and didn't think about the capital. So there's a discussion of capital. I guess now's the time.
Wish we could round that down to an even 300, look better.
I was looking at the 13.3 million, trying to figure out how you're going to get it down to an even 300. Okay, now's the time. So I'm not seeing a discussion on the capital budget. So I guess there isn't any. So with that, those are the two words I was looking for. So we are at an end for capital and for operations. Obviously, there's some changes that could come in the next couple of months before we formalize some of the reports that we've asked for. We want to thank Kate and Tim and everybody, all the staff, everyone that's from one end of the city to the other that's put in their time into this budget and worked on it. Again, I think speaking on behalf of all of council, we like the way it was presented, both this and capital, and it made it a lot easier to go through than previous years where we're trying to pick and choose different stuff. So we're happy.
And just to clarify, we had originally booked tomorrow. Since this is the end, we do not need to continue our meeting tomorrow.
Good, so I'm not coming at 9 or at 9:30. So with that, I'll go to, I think, Councillor Hamley, you've got number 9, motion the committee rise.
Moved by myself that committee of the whole rise and report.
All in favor? That is carried. Formal session.
Moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kepke, that the action taken in committee of the whole in considering the draft 2021 operating budget be confirmed by this council.
And all in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Hamley, we'll let Brianna off the hook here if you want to read the bylaw.
Yeah, moved by myself, seconded by Councillor Kepke, that bylaw number 2020-134 be passed and enacted.
That's a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of this special meeting on this day. So all in favor? That's carried. So that